Uh,
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
How are you, sir?
Oh, not too bad. I have two questions for you before we start, really. I mean,
Are
yeah, go ahead.
are we live?
Yeah, I've been live for a little bit.
Okay, I'm wearing my headphones and setting up my thing.
hmm Uh,
Uh, yes,
Go ahead.
yes.
While you're doing that, I guess I want to ask you,
Mm.
do you want to be on, do you want to have your video on or no?
First, I wanted to talk to you actually, privately for 10 minutes to tell you what I'm going to provide. Um,
Oh,
if you can, away from the stream, or anyway, you can stream this. It's fine. But I think I'm gonna provide something different from what is like an organized rhetoric that people like practice.
yeah, that's fine.
Um,
I
uh,
don't have any issues. You can talk to me in whatever way you want to. My only other concern was, uh, I just wanted to know if you're reaching out to me and wanted to talk about this. I assumed that you knew that I was making a video about Mr. Girl, and you said that you weren't. So, would you like me to exclude what we're talking about from that,
you
or
can,
okay, would
yeah,
you
yeah,
just want to talk to me as another Mr. Girl fan, not
no
as
problem.
somebody who's
Yes,
making a video? It's totally up to you.
no
Either way.
problem. You can use the video. It's fine. But the problem is, I'm English second language, and
hmm
like sometimes I have trouble like forming the sentences. But but that's it. Yeah, I believe now I'm very comfortable and I can do this.
Okay.
So what I wanted to talk to you exactly is about me building a case,
Yeah.
uh, building a case that what I'm going to present an argument, a proof, then like show you a clip. Like this session should be all like about like viewing clips about my claims, so I can substantiate my position about like Destiny's insane negligence regarding Reckful, which led to Reckful death, which should automatically exonerates Dr. K.
Um, I think I have a few issues with the premise of what you're putting down, but okay.
Uh, yeah, uh, I wanted to start like by discrediting Mr. Girl, but we can leave that like later on.
However you
I
want to
think,
start, by all
yeah.
means. If you want to leave
So
that till later, if you want to bring it up now, that's totally fine with me.
no problem. Uh, can I start with talking about psychedelics, please?
Yeah. It's Would you like me to finish until you're done talking? If I have any disagreements about the what you're presenting about psychedelics.
Yes, because I am not a medical expert, and I never took psychedelics, but I trust the medical sources that I am reading, and I'm gonna share it with you and the public, and they can judge it. If
Okay.
someone like took psychedelics for many, many times, his anecdotes, his trials will hold zero weight with what I'm gonna say.
I would agree that not, an individual's experience with any type of substance is not indicative of the overall experience that people would have. That's why we have drug trials. We don't have one guy try something out and say this is good.
Yes, like they have like many times, like, hey, I used psychedelics for 100 times, and like no trouble happened to me, nothing harmful happened to me. Therefore, it should be fine. Like that's dumb argument. I want to completely
I agree.
discredit from the
And
beginning.
as somebody who has done psychedelics, I would never tell somebody that they should do what I've done or how I've done it just based on the idea that I've done it and I was fine.
That's how Destiny took Reckful from us.
Um, do you think that anybody like what I guess what kind of relationship do you think you have to have with somebody before you're to where you're accountable for their actions?
Yes. So this is a beautiful answer, and I want to use it to shatter the immunity shield that Mr. Girl built for Destiny. Uh, Mr. Girl holds responsibility for Dr. K because Dr. K have a medical license, and he's like a professional medical practitioner, right?
Yes, Dr. K is a medical
Yes,
practitioner.
he don't want to hold Destiny accountable because he's not like a medical professional. So this is immunity shield for whatever Destiny would say, right?
I mean, maybe I guess the only thing that really strikes me as weird about that framing is that I don't think that Destiny ever like was attacked in a way to where he would need a shield. But maybe I missed on when somebody was accusing him and there was like a shield needed to protect him.
I am. Where
Mhm.
I'm saying like that he took Reckful from us or like his negligence caused it. Uh, this is why I said it, and this is why they use it against me. Hey, Destiny is not a medical practitioner, not a professional. Therefore, he can say anything he wants. Literally, that's the argument. That's what Mr. Girl told me in the hotline.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's false. That's completely bullshit. An influencer have responsibility. An influencer have like should be careful with his message to his audience. Can I substantiate that with this video, please? If you can watch the first 2 minutes.
Sure, you got it. Give me 1 second.
Hey,
I'll wait
hey
till after
guys,
the
I
video
wasn't talking
to
about a lot of.
say how I feel about it. Okay.
Yes,
I
yes.
won't pause it or anything. We'll watch the whole thing, the whole
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Or
Yeah,
like,
and then
yeah,
I'll
sure.
comment, and then I'll let you know how I feel about it, and then you can tell me if
Yeah,
you how you feel about how I feel about it. Sound good?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Really crazy shit in this video, recounting an adventure that I had on my way back from Los Angeles. I don't normally do disclaimers at the start of my videos. Obviously, this actually might be the only one I've ever done, but I kind of want to make some like very, very, very clear things apparent here because I'm very big on responsibility to audience, responsibility for my public messaging. If you have like some sort of mental problem, or if you have some sort of issue that you're dealing with in life, my number one unequivocal suggestion is always to seek professional help. I do not suggest self-medicating. I do not suggest trying crazy homeopathic whatever bullshit. My go-to if you're having serious problems in life is to always, always, always seek professional help first. I don't remember exactly what I say in this video, but we've done a lot of talking about drugs and hallucinogenics and different stuff over the past few weeks on my stream just because of my experience. And I want to make sure that I'm being absolutely clear that I do not recommend you try anything that I've tried or do anything that I've done because you think it's going to fix some underlying problem you have, or because you think that, something that, I don't know, that some crazy drug can be the solution to your problem. I think it's about as clear as I can make it.
That's it.
I want to take a second here actually to introduce. I have
So first, he substantiated that he has a responsibility with his
I've got
messaging.
Yeah, I would say that as somebody with a public platform, what you say publicly, you do have some responsibility there. I don't think that it extends to anybody other than. I don't think that it would. Sorry, not. I guess not extend. I don't think that that circle comes tight around people that know you personally. But sure.
And this like can drive like an ethical and moral responsibility, right?
To a certain extent.
Okay.
I don't know how far I would take that with. I mean, like if you have a large platform and you're saying like, hey, if you guys really like me, I think that you should all take eat a bunch of rat poison tonight. I think that would be pretty bad, and you could probably be held accountable for that. I would say anything that would be, I would say, is a call to action. There's probably some form of accountability there. But other than that, I'm not really sure how far I would go past like a direct call to action, unless it's. I would say any kind of call to action you might have some accountability for. There would be like I think it'd be really like context specific, though, and
With
how
the
it happened.
vaccines, do you remember the COVID vaccines? How many like influencers got banned, got a backlash because of their messaging about the vaccine?
Yeah.
That
So
happened, right?
yes, and that's actually something that's like really, really like near and dear to me. I stayed in my house for an entire year. I didn't leave my house until I got my first vaccine. I am extremely germophobic. And I get very, very frustrated when people spread misinformation about vaccines. I think it's really, really irresponsible. I think that I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to take away people's voices for saying things about it. But I think that maybe putting a watermark over it, saying like this this is not, this has like no foundation in truth or something like that, would probably be the right way to go, or some way to signify that what the person is saying is contrary to like the medical advice
If yeah,
at large. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that like you're culpable if somebody doesn't get the vaccine because you said that, because they're persuaded by that. I wouldn't say that you're culpable.
if the influencer, without like famously like said proudly said, I don't have medical records, I don't have like medical experience, but guys, no one should take the vaccine, and he's not using any citation, just from a personal experience. We
Yeah, I
know
think that's
that like
fine.
there are a
I
lot
think
of,
it's shitty, but it's like fine.
I think,
I think it
but
makes you. I think it
I
makes you an asshole, to be clear. But I think like
I
you're allowed to be an asshole. You're allowed to be wrong.
I think this is why a lot of influencers like got banned from Twitter or YouTube or Twitch for
Mhm.
misinformation. It's not like as easy as like you are a bad guy. No, you have a responsibility as an influencer. And when it came um, to COVID, huge streamers, to people on Twitter lost their accounts for it. So and they were like they did not like have any medical professional. Therefore, we remove like the immunity and shield from like an influencer talking about like medical substances
Mhm.
and like giving the harmful advices about it. They should be held accountable.
Sure, but I would say that if somebody is like, so let's say somebody watched Joe Rogan and they were like, I'm not getting the vaccine. Why aren't you getting the vaccine? Because Joe Rogan said it's bullshit. I don't know what he said, but we're just going to go with the hypothetical. I'm not like accusing him of doing anything bad. I just know that he had a lot of coverage on it. Well, like there was a lot of coverage on him, like not taking the vaccine.
Yes.
So Joe Rogan said not to get it. He didn't
Yeah,
get it. He was fine after one day. I'm not going to get it. If that person gets COVID and dies, I'm not blaming Joe Rogan.
no problem. But with Joe Rogan and all like the other people, they would use a medical, they would use their other point, medical citation. So with COVID, there was like a conflict. Some people on one side and other people on the other side, even like with medical experts. So they would like clear their conscience by citing a medical uh, expert. That's why Joe Rogan had to bring like doctors,
I don't know if we could say it's to clear
not
their
him saying,
conscience. I think it
not
might
him
just be to
saying.
back them up.
So yeah, not him saying from my personal experience, do not use it. If anyone said that, like I believe that they should be held accountable. How are you saying it? You have responsibility. This is why Destiny made this disclaimer, because he thinks that he have a responsibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it.
Yeah, I mean, he can feel like he has that responsibility. Yeah, that's fine. But when we say that, so I don't know what you mean when you say somebody has responsibility. Like I said, if somebody,
Moral, ethical responsibility to your
yeah, to
to
your
your
audience,
to your audience, and even like the circle. When you have like a moral, ethical responsibility to your audience, it automatically means to the circle of friends around you. Automatically to me.
so I guess another issue that I have with, I just want to be really careful with what you're saying because I don't want to. I want to be really, really clear with what I do and don't agree with how you're saying this. So I would
Mm.
say that if I'm wholly convinced of something, I would also, even if it's later that I find out that I'm wrong, I would say that if I have an audience, I am compelled to tell other people how I feel about it. If I'm convinced that I'm right, even if other people don't agree with me, I am. It would be immoral for me to not say it just because other people did not agree. Like if I thought an asteroid was coming to hit the Earth, and no scientists were going to say were saying anything about it, but I am convinced that this is the case, and I have an audience, I have to tell people. I'm convinced. I think that I'm right. How can I not tell other people? I'm essentially letting them be doomed, just because I'm like, well, I guess if there's no scientists that agree with me, but I know I'm right. I can't
How would
see.
you? Yeah, but okay. So people are gonna ask you, how are you right? Let's say you tell them, I had a dream. Would you be valid or not?
No, I don't know what the reason is, but I'm just the
Yeah.
baseline is that if I'm convinced that I'm right for any reason, I would say that I'm compelled to tell people to not make a like to not to make or not make a decision based on the thing that we're talking about. So like I said, if I saw something in my telescope and I was convinced that it's a asteroid headed to Earth, and that after I saw it, it moved behind some kind of cloud, like, I don't know, some space cloud. I'm not going to get super deep into the terminology for this example. But so it moved past, and I was like, they're not going to be able to see it anymore. So I tell everybody, and I'm
Let's
like, hey, I know they're not going to be able to see it anymore. They're going to try to see what I saw, and they won't be able to see it. I have to tell them. No scientist agrees with me because they can't see it. They have no evidence to show that I'm right, but I still have to tell them. And maybe, and
yeah,
then it's, even if it turns
yeah.
out that I'm wrong, I morally was compelled to tell people, right?
No, no problem. But I love when you said you saw it yourself, and like then you're gonna provide evidence, not just a feeling, not just a hunch. This is good. You are like trying to provide objective evidence. Let's have like the last analogy. If Destiny came and said cocaine is actually good for you, uh, and then he used it in a very dangerous way, and then uploaded him taking like a large dose of cocaine, would that be good? And then said, actually, cocaine like helps people. What do you think?
Um,
Is that content should be removed or not?
I mean, it would probably be removed just based on the terms and conditions that's on YouTube and Twitch. But I mean, I think that you can make some argument that sometimes illegal drugs can be good for people. Yeah. But
Okay,
I don't think that exactly the way you put where you're saying like he's doing a large, I don't know what a large amount of cocaine is either. When I was young,
so
I
cocaine,
definitely dabbled in some things, and what might have been a lot to me might not have been very much to other people.
so cocaine is an illegal substance,
Yeah, but
and psychedelics is an illegal substance.
okay.
Cocaine can lead to death, and psychedelics like I don't want to say like more deadly, but like yeah, it's insanely dangerous. Okay, I'll jump to the
Can
next
be.
clip.
Mhm.
Yeah. If you see this clip, this is from 2018.
Sure. Although I just want to add to that, generally speaking,
What if Reckful
Yeah.
decides to do the psychedelics because of you? Aren't psychedelics risky to people with clinical depression?
Hello?
I don't know. If he kills himself, it's not him. It's not my responsibility. That being said,
Hello?
I don't think he would. What if
yeah, I mean, I agree with his statement. If he killed himself because he took psychedelics, that would be on him and not Destiny. Based on the information you've shown me, I don't see that.
Okay, but was there like a concerned chatter, right?
Yeah, I mean, somebody can be concerned, sure, but if we go back to my
No, no, but
meteor
like
analogy,
no, no, never forget. There was a concerned chatter about
yeah,
what happened in the mushrooms video
yeah,
can lead to Reckful's death, and then Destiny think that Reckful will not kill himself.
yeah. He said if he does, it's on him, but I don't think that he would. Sure.
Um,
So like
all right, so
if when I brought up the meteor thing, and some people said, hey, I don't think you should tell
no,
anybody about that. Nobody else can confirm it. What if people get so scared that the world's gonna end, they don't want to see it, that they kill themselves? Like, well, I don't think that they will. So
no, no, no. This is not a fair analogy. The fair analogy would be with cocaine. You used cocaine. Like advocated for cocaine. People warned you from your video that you uploaded about cocaine. People died from cocaine. The one next to you, where you were like sniffing cocaine, died from it. If you think that this guy should not like be held culpable, like this is weird. It's like the comment analogy. Like it's not fair at all.
so do you think that people that talk about drinking should be held accountable for like drunk driving deaths and like overdoses of like alcohol poisoning as
I
well?
used drunk I used drunk driving with Mr. Kerr, and yes. So let's say that you are a streamer, huge streamer with 3,000 views
Mhm.
regularly. You are drink driving, streaming.
Yeah.
Next to you, so next to you is like an underage friend. You are adult, and next to you is underage friend, and you let him like mess with the wheel, even like when you are like drunk driving, streaming, saying this is funny, this is amazing, this is healthy.
Uh-huh.
You upload the content. Yeah, you say it's amazing, it's good. You laugh it off, and then your friend who was in the shotgun seat dies in the same setting. He was drunk driving. You're gonna like say this influencer will be not held accountable at all for what the content he uploaded.
I think that you're painting uh a really hyper specific example
Yes.
that is kind of contorted to like how like it makes it very hard to say like that like they're emulating exactly what that other person did, and they said this is good, this is healthy, you should do
So
this.
what you think
Um,
about this analogy? Then I will draw the
so
like perfect lines between
well,
it and
so
Reckful.
right. So the other point that I want to get is that the dangerous part of what you just explained isn't the consumption of alcohol. The dangerous part of what you explained is the consumption of alcohol while operating a vehicle.
The
And
dangerous environment.
yeah, I would say that
Yes.
the person was drinking and driving, but I'm saying
Yes.
that okay, but maybe you have some way to make this more analogous with something I haven't seen yet. So if you have
No.
another clip, go right ahead.
Yes. Yeah. No problem. So
Y-
alcohol is legal substance.
Yeah.
What I gave you is a dangerous environment that led to the someone sitting in the shotgun seat to die with and I said underage, by the way. Do you know why I said underage? I'll tell you why. So Reckful is bipolar and heavily depressed, so he's insanely more vulnerable than Destiny, who's taking the shrooms in that 10-gram video.
Okay.
With the psychedelics video, it was an illegal substance, and they used it in the most dangerous environment ever. There are like the Canadian tips for like safe tripping, and they broke every safety guideline. Therefore, to make it super analogous with the drink driving, what do you think? I did
Uh,
not like draw a dark analogy. I draw the perfect analogy.
I don't. So for me personally, I would say that I don't really like the analogy very much because I have bipolar, and I can tell you wholeheartedly that there is never a moment in time where somebody else gets to dictate my actions or behavior. And I have depression as well, and I have ADHD, and I have anxiety. But I would never
Yup.
say that even in my worst moments that somebody else has ever been responsible for my actions. Now I can understand when I've been in my worst moments how other people might think this guy has no control over what he's doing. Maybe, but I would
We're
also
gonna
say
go
too
back.
that you could
No,
never, I would never be able to blame somebody else for like inciting a feeling in me that led me to do something.
no problem. But now you are going back to the responsibility and
Still
what's
relies on the
responsibility
person.
do you have? Yeah. So yeah, this is go back to the responsibility as an influencer.
Uh,
I don't if you gonna like eliminate that, we're gonna eliminate it with Dr. K. But let's continue with what's happening with Destiny. I'm gonna show you the mushrooms video. This is where Reckful got killed. You see this video? It's 3 hours 40 minutes.
no, I
I'm
haven't
gonna
seen this
show you.
video. Yeah,
No
you gonna
problem.
you
But
gonna give me the timestamps?
not timestamps. I have the clips, so it's gonna be better.
Oh, okay.
But in this video, uh, I want to jump to your stream.
Okay.
Do you know how famous it is between like the psychedelic community?
This video?
Yes.
No, I would say that for all of my experimentations with psychedelics, I was never like I would say like into it. It wasn't like a part of my personality or anything like that. I
This
wasn't like seeking out other things about it.
okay. This video is like a Bible video for like the teenagers and like the young people who use psychedelics. They love this adventure, this criminal adventure, and they want to go through it. Even though Destiny like had many near-death experience in it, but it's still uploaded.
Okay, could you give me
If
30 seconds real quick before you play it? I have to go grab something and I'll be right back.
no problem, take it up.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm back. Hopefully
Okay,
I was under that
um,
that time.
take your time. So this is like your setting. Uh, so I want now to make I want to substantiate something.
Hmm?
People with bipolar are a huge no-no for psychedelics.
I think it depends if
Like,
you're bipolar type 1 or type 2, yeah?
no, I don't think so. I think it's like a huge no-no. And I have probably 10 citations, but I'm showing you 3 of them here.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up
And
your
even and even being heavily depressed, having suicide attempts in the form,
Sure.
make psychedelics for you, the most thing that you should avoid.
Okay, so what we got here?
Can
We
we,
got, and,
are you
oh,
gonna can we
I was gonna read
substantiate that?
these. Uh, did,
Yeah, take
did
take
you
it
want me
up.
to read these things that you sent me out loud to follow, or does this come
Sure,
after?
sure, you can skim it.
Okay. In general, anyone with a personal or family history of psychosis is strongly discouraged from consuming psychedelics. Doing so may further disrupt the balance of neurotransmitters in the brain responsible for regulating mood and may cause a psychotic episode to occur. A psychotic episode may cause harm to the individuals and others. Okay. And then we got this one. It's important to note that in most places, psychedelics such as mushrooms are not legal and therefore are not regulated. So there are risks that come along with microdosing. Lieberman says, researchers still don't understand the full scope of risks associated with microdosing, but migraines, sleep issues, and anxiety may be associated risks. Additionally, he says that people with serious psychiatric disorders or a history of psychosis are more vulnerable to adverse reactions. And then we got one more. The interaction of psilocybin with serotonin receptors in the prefrontal cortex can alter brain chemistry and make conditions such as panic disorder, bipolar disorder, or anxiety worse. Now, I don't disagree that there are more risks involved when you are not neurotypical and you engage in any kind of activity that might change the way that you perceive things. I think that there are some additional risks that are important to consider. However, I think that if you do them, like I guess the thing that I get really uncomfortable with is the idea that because somebody might have a mental disorder, that they are not agents in and of themselves and they are not responsible for their actions despite having issues with one thing or another.
So
I can't ever imagine a situation where somebody who is being given agency to live on their own, that they are able to, dress themselves, get up, go to work, whatever their work might be, would be considered somebody who couldn't be held responsible for their actions.
okay,
So,
but this is now personal. This is personal opinion against medical experts.
well,
So these medical
nothing in this
experts,
said otherwise.
yeah, these medical experts are telling you people with bipolar don't try psychedelics.
What they're
It's
saying is that if you do try them and you have bipolar disorder, you are at a higher risk of having adverse effects. That's what they're saying. They're not. It doesn't even say anywhere in here that you should not take them. It is saying that there is a higher risk associated with it, which
I
is
think
fine.
no, I think so. It's an illegal substance, so there is they cannot say like for someone to take it or not. So it's always do not take it. But like for people with bipolar, like stay away from it. They are scared to even use them in medical trials because
Oh no, that's not true.
some it is true. There is
The-
only one trial. There is only one trial, and the result did not come yet about using psychedelics with people with bipolar, and the results will come in like probably 1 or 2 years. I just posted you. Do you see the link that I posted you?
Safer tripping. Yeah.
Canadian Institute for Substance Use Research. Can you jump to think about not using hallucinogens if so these people are saying you do not use it.
Let me grab this. And just to be clear, I'm not endorsing anybody using any substances for any reasons. I'm not endorsing or saying that I'm not saying whether you should or shouldn't, regardless of mental health status.
I'm going to say should not. Okay, but I am using these medical citations to say should not and use these experts. Now, if you jump to that, think about not using.
Yep.
If you jump to it.
Yep. Think about not using hallucinogens if you or a family member have a history of mental health problems. Hallucinating can trigger a symptom of a mental health problem.
That's it.
Oh, just that one?
The mental. The mental. Oh, and the third one, it's also about mental health problem.
if you're experiencing symptoms of a mental health problem, this includes, depression or anxiety. Hallucinogenics may interact with mental health medications.
Okay, so they are saying here, do not use it forcefully. Like, please, like, stay away from it. People with bipolar, just like stick away from it, or like heavily depressed.
Do you think that people have the right to not follow a doctor's orders?
Okay, now,
I'm just trying to
now,
understand the way you're framing this. That's all. I'm not trying to
yes,
say like you're wrong or anything. I'm just
no problem. Now, what we are saying now, we are using the medical consensus, medical experts, and now you want to challenge them. And are you now going to say people with
no,
bipolar should take them, or are you
no,
gonna take them yourself? So you,
no. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just saying that if my doctor tells me to do something, I should still have the right to say I'm going to do it. I appreciate you, doctor. I understand what you're trying to tell me, but I'm going to decide that I want to do that despite your advice.
amazing. If this is the argument, okay. You want like even like to shoot yourself with a gun? People are gonna tell you don't shoot yourself in the head with a gun. I'm gonna use it.
Oh wait.
You're gonna see.
When I say that I should be able to make a decision for myself even against medical advice, I'm not saying that I should be able to kill myself on purpose because
No,
so like I think that's
but psychedelics, okay, taking psychedelics with all this warning is killing yourself on purpose.
no, it
Because
doesn't say that. It does not.
yes,
No, nothing in here says that if you have bipolar disorder, you will die if you take psychedelics. It just says you have
no problem.
there's an increase of having adverse effects.
And the Canadian are telling you do not use it. Okay, why are you going to kill yourself? Okay, I'm gonna make an analogy. If you grab a gun, you shoot yourself, just like taking psychedelics.
No.
Psychedelics. Should I say it's worse? But let's see.
You've presented me
psychedelics,
nothing that makes that analogous. Say a doctor saying
no,
you shouldn't do something isn't the same as saying a
why?
doctor saying if you do this you will die.
But no. Okay, but why these doctors are telling you you should not use it?
Because
And
there's
what
increased
are
risk.
yes? What is
Okay,
the
so hang on a
increased?
minute. If my doctor tells me, and this doesn't apply to me, people who know why it doesn't apply to me, it's fine. If my doctor says, hey, I think you should stop eating bacon, your cholesterol is high, you are at a higher risk of having a heart attack if you eat bacon. Like in 10 or 15 years from now, it's not going to be looking good. You know, who knows? Maybe you could even have a heart attack the next couple of weeks. Your cholesterol's got to get under control. Don't eat bacon. And he's telling me straight up, don't eat bacon. You could die.
Okay, no problem.
I should still be allowed to eat bacon. Like nobody should come
What
and
is
stop me from eating bacon.
okay?
I'm allowed to take that risk and decide if that's a risk that I'm okay with taking.
The risk from eating bacon, high cholesterol, blocked arteries, heart attack, right?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna operate on the analogy I just gave, where my doctor said exactly those things.
Yes. No, but like I'm telling you what's the risk because we are talking about higher risks. Okay, if you grab the gun, if you point it at your brain and you shoot, you have the chance of killing yourself, right?
I would say a significantly higher chance of killing yourself than if you take a
No,
psychedelic with bipolar disorder.
no problem. Why I compare psychedelics to grabbing a gun or like playing a Russian roulette and like blowing up your brain. If you take psychedelics, you're gonna have the signature, typical way of killing yourself of jumping off a building. Do you know Reckful how he killed himself?
Yeah, he jumped off a
He
building.
jumped. Okay,
Yeah.
this is okay. This is the typical signature suicide move
Okay.
from psychedelics, and the incidents of this happening are like many people jump. I
Well,
I
when you
can
say
show you.
many, like, okay, do you have any data that shows how many people take psychedelics versus how many people who how many people who take psychedelics broadly versus how many people who take psychedelics and
The
then kill
net good,
themselves?
the net good. Yeah, this is the net
Well,
good
no,
argument.
it's not. No, it's not a net good argument. I just want
Yes.
to. No, I want. Hang on. Let me finish. I want to. When you say this, like if 10,000 people killed themselves on psychedelics, but 500 million people took them, I would say this is a remarkably safe thing.
This is the net good argument.
It's not good. That's just trying to
It is.
understand. No,
No,
hang
no.
on. Net good is
I'll
saying
tell
is
you
more
why.
good being done than bad. And I'm not concerned about how much good is being done. I'm concerned about how great of a risk is there. So if
No. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll respond because you're The net good is like you said, 500 million had the good effects, or like they did not kill themselves, and only few of them killed themselves. No,
Well, I'm not concerned about the good.
you are now ignoring when the medical consensus came and told you this is dangerous, this can lead to your death. But hey, I'm gonna use the personal anecdotes.
Nothing you showed me had a medical expert saying that this can lead to your death.
I just showed you 3 sources.
But nothing in it, not a single one of those sources mentioned death.
Yes.
Or even hospitalization.
This is fair. But do you see this articles that have a signature move of why people jump?
Yeah, I see a couple examples of people. Yeah, I see a couple examples of people jumping to their death after taking mushrooms. But
no problem. You now brought it. Why do I think it's the typical move? Why medically I think it kills people? I'll show you now. It's from a book called Center of the Cyclone by Dr. John C. Lilly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. John C. Lilly was trying with psychedelics in the 60s or the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And he exactly described what happened to you when you take psychedelics and have a bad trip, because he himself, as an expert in psychotherapy, he had a bad trip. He wasn't bipolar. He wasn't heavily depressed.
Yeah,
in his book, he wrote this in chapter 2. This is what happens medically and how you kill yourself with psychedelics.
But I would have to dismiss anything that he experienced during his trip, because if we're going to say that it messes with your brain chemistry to the, and all that, then his expertise kind of go out the window during the trip, right?
What? No.
Okay.
No.
Wait. So then, okay, then I just want to know if we agree then, if he can be tripping on psychedelics and his expertise are still valid, then that means that any knowledge that anybody else has going into the trip, they're still going to be fully able to access as well then, right?
So when he wrote this book, so he was doing the trials and then experiencing the trials, then writing what's happening with these trials.
Yeah, I understand that.
And he's an expert, on this field. He's a doctor, a medical doctor. And this is what he wrote in chapter 2. So now you said, I want the medical claims that says it can lead to your death. I will bring you this one and 2 more papers. If you can read this paper.
I'd also like to get a scope of like how likely that death is, but in the...
Yeah, the net good. Again, you're going to go to the net good. The likely, again, this is why I said the personal anecdotes, even billions. And that's not actually billion of people.
If we have a large number of anecdotes, that's what we call data. We don't refer to that as an anecdote. Wait, so then what's the difference between an anecdote and data to you? You have to understand, I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong. I'm trying really hard to understand so that way I can appropriately hear what you're saying.
No problem. Bring me the data that says, and like the people who made it legal.
Well, I don't really care about the legality. We're talking about ethics.
We will not. We will ignore the net good argument because the medical consensus are telling that.
Wait, hang on. I think that maybe you're using the term net good wrong. Like, I know you told me to be patient with like your like misunderstandings. English is your second language.
Yes.
Net good means when we talk about net good, what we're saying is that the good thing of something outweighs all the bad. We would say that this is a net good. So like if killing 10 people saved 10,000 people, we would generally say this is a net good. Like it was bad that 10 people had to die, but it saved 10,000 lives. This would be like a net good. However, I don't care about how many people have a good experience, what the outcome is for people that take psychedelics that don't kill themselves. I just want to know how many people take psychedelics and don't do anything. I don't care how good their thing was, versus how many people take psychedelics. Essentially, I'm looking for the mortality rate. So like when we talk about COVID.
Why? When you have medical consensus, medical expert came and told you this is an illegal substance. Can lead to your death. And this can lead to your death exactly through this scenario. This chapter 2 explained to you. You don't say, hey, I don't care about like how it can lead to death and I want to see how many people survived, like how many people did not die from it.
No. Whenever we talk about
If you
anything
use
medical in death, we absolutely care about the mortality rate. That's one of the
no,
biggest things that's
but
talked about with COVID. Yeah, absolutely we do. Whenever
Elder,
there's a disease, we gauge how dangerous that disease is by how likely you are to die from it. That's why
Elder,
the word mortality rate is a thing. Yeah.
okay, is drink driving a felony or not?
Sometimes, not always.
No, what do you mean sometimes?
I'm telling you sometimes. I don't know if you're super familiar with the laws that like vary, but yeah, I know some people that have been charged with
Is drunk driving legal or illegal?
it's illegal, but I don't
Okay,
understand the
are you advocating?
purpose of the law thing.
Okay, no problem. Let's say billion people are surviving drunk driving with zero accident, zero harm. Would that makes it okay for you?
Yeah,
Would that
absolutely.
negates? Would that negates?
Yeah,
Drink
it would.
driving people are surviving, nothing. But
If you say
we
that
know
zero harm and zero deaths, yeah, I would say that I don't understand what expert means if they can completely ignore all of the data and recommend that you not do so. I would be very confused what that recommendation was based on.
if we brought data with many millions of people drink driving and reaching their homes safely, that's it.
No.
Drink driving should be allowed.
No. I want to know how many people drink and drive and have a harmful accident versus how many people drink and drive and do.
No, we should
Yes.
no. The medical, like I don't know, like when the government body puts it, it says no. Drink driving puts you on this danger, on this percentage of danger that these things that can
That's what
happen
that
to you.
percentage. That's where that percentage
When
comes
data,
from.
no, like what is how it actually works, how it actually puts you in danger. You get intoxicated, you lose it. When people survive it, many people survive it, it holds no value. This is why I started. This is why it's like very frustrating for me when people use the personal anecdotes.
No,
It
it's
seems
okay.
that now I think I can bring you anecdotes or data that people with drink driving having safe trips. That's it. Makes it
No,
illegal.
that's not what I'm asking for, though. You're misunderstanding me. So anytime we evaluate whether something is harmful or not, we don't just say, did anything bad ever happen involving this, right? We would never approach it like that. We'd say, this thing sometimes happens. When it happens 100 times, a really bad thing happens X number of times. We look at that value of X compared to the overall number of times that it's happened, in this case 100, and then we figure out a percentage of times that it's happened. That's what the statistics are. That's how we come to them.
No, but like, okay, some harms, when the experts join and say this is harmful, that can lead to your death, number of incidents are like completely ignored. I think this is like what happens.
The number of incidents on their own are totally ignored.
Probably
it's in relation
like
to the overall events.
Even with flight like safety guidelines. How like safety with the flight safety guideline, even like with space flights safety guidelines, this thing, it can have literally zero incidents, but it still would be a regulation, and if you do that, you are breaking the law. Again,
wait.
we're gonna get stuck with the net good. That's it. We have many people.
It's not net good. It's not net good.
It is, or like anecdotes.
Hang on. That's not what anecdote means. Anecdote is just a personal story. Okay?
Anecdotes is data. You are using like anecdotes as data.
No,
like many
anecdote. That's not what I'm. An anecdote is when you say this happened. I did this, and this is how this happened, and then that's it. That's what an anecdote is. And when we're talking about an anecdote in this context, I would be like me saying, I took mushrooms and I was fine. That's an anecdote. Yes. If you say 100,000 people took mushrooms and X number of them were fine, meanwhile, Y number of them ended up hospitalized and Z number died, this is what we would call data. This is not an anecdote. Yes. It is the opposite of an anecdote. And that's what I'm talking about.
When the doctors come tell you that this harm that can come to you, which can lead to your death in a very, very fast way, in a very like instant way, then this substance should be illegal. When we say that parkour on like tall buildings. You know, the teenagers when they do parkour.
Yeah, because
This
it has a very
may-
high rate of injury or death.
yes. Okay. Russian roulette.
Okay, but when I say it has a very high rate, that means that we've done studies. We have the statistics. We know how likely it is to happen.
Good. Good. Now we have reached that the high rate of danger means that it should be illegal. Now let's read chapter 2
Maybe.
of
I don't know if
Dr.
I
John's.
agree. I don't know if I agree
Okay.
that things should be
I
illegal
am
because they have high
comparing.
risk, but
I am comparing Russian
Yeah.
roulette to psychedelics. I think that you are against Russian roulette.
yeah,
With real
sure.
things.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I mean,
Russian
couldn't we say that
roulettes?
everything, like driving your car, is like Russian roulette? You just have a lot
No.
more empty. You just have, there's still bullets in the gun, but the gun has a lot more chambers to go through, right?
So now you are comparing. Okay, now it's like nuke the whole position. Now you are nuking the whole position because I am comparing an illegal thing, which is Russian roulette, to psychedelics. Now you're gonna compare it to normal legal like trip through a vehicle.
I don't think
Now
that.
it's nuking the position.
Hang on. You're getting hung up on the legality of things, and what I'm saying is that whether something is legal or illegal has zero indication of how safe something is. Things aren't just made illegal because they're unsafe.
No. So with
And something
Russian
being
roulette,
illegal does not make it unsafe.
with Russian roulette, like the experts gonna tell you, this is a dangerous thing to do. This is
Sure.
insanely and no matter how many millions of people survive it, the danger that it can do, the high risk, the insanely high risk that it can inflict to a person, therefore it's illegal. Okay, millions, billions of people are surviving Russian roulette. We don't care. We don't care. It's still illegal.
Yeah,
The
I
same
would say
thing.
that there's a
Okay,
threshold of danger
now
at
let
which
me
we
try.
would consider before we
Yeah.
tell people you can't do something.
Now
And
let
we
me
figure
draw
out if it meets that threshold by getting
Yes.
data.
Now let me draw the threshold of how psychedelics are worse than Russian
Okay,
roulette.
let me
Can you
read this.
enter it?
Yeah.
Chapter 2.
In the use and misuse of LSD, one must be aware that if one has programs that are self-destructive, one must be extremely careful to have proper guidance and proper advice before, during, and after sessions. Because of the releasing quality of the pupation period caused by LSD. I would say that's good advice even if you don't have any self-destructive behaviors. I think that it's
True.
always recommended that you have proper guiding during, before, and after. Sure.
True.
But the quality of that the quality of that care that you're receiving would also be reliant on you, not on somebody else. If you pick the
But
wrong
Reckful,
person, that's on you.
but Reckful had self-destructive. So Reckful is like insanely vulnerable here. I will tell you why he was killed. But did you see what this Dr. John C. Lilly is telling you? He's talking about programming that takes over. So it's like your consciousness gets hacked. It's like your account here, Discord account, gets hacked. Whatever it mentions, like it says racist shit, stupid shit, it's not you because you got hacked.
Yeah, I know
With,
hack is.
with Dr. John C. Lilly is telling you psychedelics will hijack your consciousness. It's not you. It's not you. It's over, and the self-destructive will take full control. This is why now, like, I can explain to you why people kill themselves on psychedelics. This is why it's illegal.
Actually,
You see,
the
this
year
is the high.
that LSD was made illegal, there was only 3 deaths attributed to it, and 2 of them were attributed to accidents. The year that LSD was discovered.
I don't. Where's so? This is completely false. I don't think this is true. Like LSD will have much higher death rate than what you said. Is LSD illegal?
What we already described, we already agreed that something being illegal does not make it dangerous.
Do you have medical professionals that tell you take LSD for bipolar people, for people with suicide attempts in the past?
I think that there's plenty. I think that doesn't matter. There can be
It
things that are.
matters.
No, not everything. Whoa, hang on. Not everything that is good or bad for you has medical advice attached to it.
But but we are talking about Reckful, and we are talking about psychedelics. I'm gonna tell you why Reckful got killed.
I
Exactly.
only mean the things that I say. I'm not extrapolating. When I ask you a question, I'm not trying to extrapolate further. When I make a statement, I'm not making a broader statement. I think we're getting caught up a bit. When I make a statement, you jump to something that I'm not saying, but I'm super careful with my words and I'm very deliberate about them. So I just I don't want you to think that I'm trying to explain something that I'm not explaining. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I am talking about like specific now examples. I can talk about psychedelics in general, how like they are like there's a mafia behind them, but I'm now gonna talk about just Reckful, how he was killed. That's it.
Okay.
So now, do you see from this book, from this chapter, do you see how psychedelics was insanely dangerous for Reckful?
I think that Reckful is a higher risk person for them.
No, but do you see now the self-destruct that can overtake, and he had suicide attempts. It's literally in front of you in this chapter.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I'm agreeing that he is a higher risk person to be taking it.
Should he take it in a safe environment?
I would never make a statement about whether somebody should or should not take psychedelics. I think that decision is something that a person has to arrive to.
Should he take it in the most non-safe environment ever?
Should anything be done ever in the most unsafe environment ever? Should you ever be in the most unsafe environment ever?
No problem.
I would say no.
No problem. Okay, so with Reckful should not have done psychedelics in an unsafe environment. Okay. This is what's from Wikipedia about what bad trips cause you.
Well, let's again just properly frame this thing as what can happen, not what does happen.
No problem.
Okay, as long as we can agree on that. A person having a bad trip might try to harm themselves or others around them. They may experience. They may even underlined. They may experience. Yes. I'm assuming. Oh. Hang on. I actually do have to make this bigger. Yes. They may experience suicidal ideation or make full-blown suicide attempts of magnification.
Okay, we can stop here.
So
this is
interestingly.
Yeah.
Can I just make one quick comparison to something else that medical experts do? Medical experts also give suicidal people drugs like Prozac, which are known to cause suicidal people to kill themselves. We do have data that says that sometimes when suicidal people take Prozac, which is designed to help them relieve their depression and anxiety, sometimes they end up killing themselves because of the medication. And this is not debated amongst medical experts. They know this, and they still give it to people.
Oh, okay? First, is this wrong or right, or like, do they advocate? Hey,
well, it's legal. Well, it's legal, and it's with medical advice. I'm just trying to illustrate.
Is the advice that you should take it in the most non-safe environment ever?
I think that if you're taking Prozac and you're in the most non-safe environment ever, I don't think that medical advice would be to stop taking your Prozac.
No, I think, okay, I disagree completely. And I don't know what's the comparison between Prozac and then there's a benefit from Prozac with psychedelics that give you a bad trip, that lead to suicide ideation.
If you don't understand the comparison, what I'm comparing are, you said you focus on the legal, so I'm going to say here's something that's legal that does all the same things that you're saying. I'm taking all the things that you're saying that are an issue with psychedelics, and I'm going to put it into something that is legal, that is medically prescribed by doctors, by experts that say it's okay to give somebody this, and yet it still results in some number of suicides, and you're okay with that. So I'm trying to figure out. Hang on. And we don't care about how many people die. It's just the fact that it's happening. That's what you've been telling me. So this has all the things in it that you don't like, but it also has all the things in it that you do like. It has all it's legal. Medical experts agree that it's good, but it does all the things that you have a huge problem with. And I would also say that when you're prescribed any medication for a mental disorder, when you're in a very unsafe environment, you should never, ever, you should never stop taking your medicine to begin with, unless your doctor tells you to, but you would never, ever, they would be the worst time to stop taking it if you were in the worst environment possible. That is probably when you need your meds the most.
No.
The dangerous environment.
Okay. uh, with the doctor, why this doctor is prescribing someone for mental health patient that can lead to his suicide. What is this? This is like insanely dangerous.
Because it's a known effective treatment for these things that sometimes has the side effect of people killing themselves and
This is
having hallucinations. This is very well known. Yeah.
okay.
Are you
When
aware of this?
I'm not aware of this, but it doesn't like
Gotcha.
negates. Yeah, but this is like not negates the problem with psychedelics.
I'm
When they
not saying,
prescribe
hey,
to them, do they give them the warning that this can lead to your death?
I think that you have to give. I don't know what degree people have to be informed about all of the side effects. I don't think the doctor explains that to him directly. There's like a little pamphlet that says it on like some of the things that can happen. But yeah, so generally speaking, what people actually do the medical community does to justify this is the net good argument. They would say this helps more people than it hurts, so we're going to go ahead and let it happen.
It helps more people with mental health problems and their issues, and it's prescribed by a doctor that which he gonna evaluate his patients likely of suicide. Otherwise, he's gonna be prosecuted, gonna be like held accountable. What you are saying now with someone non-medical
wait,
expert. So
my issue
what is
here
this
is that you
position?
keep hang on. Like I said, when I say something, I mean what I say. I'm
Yeah.
not you when I say something about Prozac, you go, what does that have to do with psychedelics? I want to know about your criteria for what makes something good or bad, what makes people culpable and not culpable, because you're making a lot of really strong claims about it. So I need to understand that better, because right now I have something that goes with you said I have certain criteria for what makes something okay for somebody to do. One of them is that it's legal. Another one is that doctors have a medical consensus that this is a good thing. One of your criteria for something that is bad, that people should not do, is that if people kill themselves when they do that, this is very dangerous. We shouldn't do it. It doesn't matter how many people do the thing and are okay. The fact that some people kill themselves after they do it is bad. We can't allow it.
No,
And so I'm saying that
no, my factor is the medical expertise take on such substance. The Prozac, when it's prescribed by doctors, that's on the doctors themselves. When we are talking about substance, it's like, hey, when we talk about psychedelics, it's about, hey, dude, let's give my friend, which Destiny is saying, let's give my friend psychedelics. It's going to help him. It's going to create his baseline. He's not a doctor. So here there is like a responsibility on the doctors with a legal substance that can be prescribed. Here we are talking about an illegal substance that can kill you. That can, okay, so does Prozac cause alter your reality?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can Prozac alter your reality?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One of the really scary things about Prozac is that it causes people to have really terrifying hallucinations. Some of them are like when you're, some of them that have been like more consistently reported is that people will see other people, like when they're in public, they'll watch them just drop over dead. And like it's not happening, that's a hallucination. And then a lot of times what happens is when people report this to their doctors, that they think, okay, well, this isn't working, we're gonna up it, and then the hallucinations get worse. And a lot of times because, and I'm not saying the doctors are at fault for this.
You're talking about like bad medical practices about Prozac.
No, I'm talking about this is normal medical practices.
No, it's not normal.
It is. There's been people that have been speaking out against this for a long time. This is
About
something
Prozac.
that is known. Yeah. It's not just
good.
Prozac, SSRIs in general. That's why Reckful couldn't be prescribed an SSRI for his depression, because sometimes it leads people to commit suicide.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Didn't like the doctors prevented the SSRIs from Reckful?
Yeah, I thought that was a good thing, but that doesn't mean...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sure.
But then Destiny gave him like the psychedelics.
Yeah, but Destiny's not a doctor. He doesn't have...
That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, we're going to go back down to the responsibility. Does he have a responsibility or not? There is the immunity shield. The immunity shield of an influencer. No, he has a responsibility.
Okay, so here's the thing. When we talk
It's
about the
psychedelics,
responsibility
right?
of an influencer, I don't, well, for one, when I'm in my personal life, hanging out with my personal friends, it doesn't matter what I do for a living. If I hand somebody something that they want, I'm not responsible for what I do. If
Yes.
like, so like if I'm a gun expert and I have a gun store and one of my friends wants to buy a gun,
Mm.
it doesn't matter that I'm a gun expert and I own a gun store if they're legally allowed to have that gun, because that's on me. I can't sell it to them otherwise, because I'm a gun
Okay.
store owner.
Yes. Yeah. This is
If
like
I,
a
well, sorry. What I'm
soft
saying.
analogy.
So what I'm saying is that the only thing that I'm doing wrong would be like breaking my own like the laws that apply to my business if I sold them a gun and they shouldn't have it. But if
That's
that's it.
yeah.
I'm not I'm
But
not I'm not doing anything else wrong,
your
right?
your analogies are like so soft, insanely soft, and not analogous
I think that
with
your
what happened.
analogies are like just
Point. Yeah.
unfounded. Like when you say that like a psychedelic is more dangerous than a loaded gun, I can guarantee you, I know for a fact that the number of times that people get shot and have serious harm caused to them is significantly lower than the number of times that people died from taking psychedelics. I know this.
Uh,
I can tell you how I know it.
are you gonna so now with Prozac, are you
Yeah.
gonna compare its dangers and suicides to psychedelics?
I mean, sure, we sure can. Sure.
Why? How? I don't think so. Like
Wait, why not?
how?
I thought you were
You
asking
can
me
show
to.
me. Yeah, yeah, but like show me the data.
Okay. So we got.
Where where
Give
where
me a
it
second. I'm getting it.
yeah, yeah.
You got to give me a second. You're asking me for some data. Let me pull it up.
Yes.
Let's see here. Now, when we're saying psychedelics, I just want to be clear so that I can get the correct data here. We're talking about mushrooms, right? Not broadly speaking psychedelics, because Reckful had
Psilocybin.
mushrooms. Sure. Yeah.
Psilocybin.
Okay. Magic mushrooms. Okay. So we get numbers on this. Fact sheets. There we go. Okay. Pull this over to the stream real quick.
So Prozac is an SSRI.
Yes. Which are
And
no
oh,
compounds out there. Oh, here we go.
no,
Oh, wow. What did we actually have hard data
okay.
on psilocybins here? Hang on.
No, but wait,
Mhm.
Elder, I should have like used this. So Prozac is an SSRI, right?
Correct.
And the doctors told him, do not take Prozac.
Correct. These doctors in this case told him not to take Prozac. Yes.
Okay, doesn't so
But we're talking
bringing
about wait. When I talked about Prozac and the dangers of it, I was simply illustrating how your criteria can be for whether something is good or bad doesn't necessarily hold up. Is all I was
but it
saying.
seems okay. It seems that this is a new argument for me. It seems that when we know that Prozac is an SSRI,
Yeah.
the doctors told Reckful, do not take Prozac, which is more helpful medically than psychedelics. It means that,
The
this is
doctors
like
are aware of
100.
it.
Yeah, that it means that this automatically means that psychedelics should not be used for Reckful. This is a new.
Hang on, I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't be. All I'm saying is that
No, but it's already an
sometimes
illegal substance. It's already illegal substance. So this means that now I can make a medical claim that Reckful should never, ever, ever, ever took mushrooms.
wait.
This is a new argument that like has been born for me now.
So what I don't understand is how we can jump from legal to medical super fast. Like what is the magic in a law that makes something
No
good or
problem.
bad?
Forget it. You want to say the legal or not
it-
legal? No problem. No, this is
It's
this
just
is
very
a valid argument.
confusing for me. Thank you.
I am talking about the medical consensus. The medical consensus here are like what creates something legal or
Well,
not legal. We can disagree.
Ironically, you haven't
can have
shown me a
something.
consensus. You've shown me anecdotes, not a consensus.
What?
Like literally all
Okay,
the things
so
you've shown me are anecdotes. It's like a doctor saying this happened here.
yes, yes,
Uh,
these are medical doctors are telling
Right, but
you.
that's
And
still
then the book.
anecdotal.
What? What do you mean?
But
Okay.
I can find medical doctors that will say that COVID's not real, right?
No. Okay, so now you are nuking the whole position. Are you
Well,
saying now this Dr. Lawrence Weinstein, Chief of Medical Officer of American Addiction Centers, when he says that psilocybin will make bipolar disorder worse, are now going to say, oh, all doctors now? Are you going to discredit all doctors?
no,
Now you
I'm
are
saying that
nuking.
I'm saying he's not all doctors. That's all that I'm saying.
I am giving you billion citation. Now, you read 3 citations above, and then now this is Dr. John C. Lilly from the 60s and 70s described to you exactly what happened. But now you want to discredit all
No, no,
doctors
no.
say?
Stop,
This is
stop,
this is
stop.
over.
That's not what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding my words. What I'm saying is that I don't have a consensus because some doctors agree on some things doesn't make it a consensus. What I need to see as a consensus is I need to see data. I need to see
It's
data and
illegal.
not just medical opinion. Hey, wait, you just said you weren't going to do that.
I know,
You
I know.
agreed that you weren't going to do that.
The illegality came from that
No,
medical
no, 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 no. Hang on,
consensus.
hang on, hang on. No, it didn't.
Okay, what? Give me a
You
doctor
wait. You
that's
told. Can we agree that you said that you weren't going to use the law as a justification?
no. Yes, but I am linking it to the medical consensus. So,
But
what
that
are
was
the
my issue when you agreed to not use it. You
No
said it was
problem.
valid.
What?
I'm
Who are the
trying.
doctors? Give me doctors that says bipolar should take psychedelics.
That's not what I said, man.
Okay, give me.
All I said is that you have not provided me a
I have.
consensus. You have provided me with curated pieces of information that support what you're saying, which is good. You should do that. I'm
Are they
totally okay with
medical
you doing that.
experts or not?
Hang on. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, and I'm not saying it doesn't help your case. My only issue is that when you jump from that, which is a good way to present a case, it's totally fine and valid. I'm not comfortable with you reframing it as a consensus after that.
No problem. It's not.
If you just say like we have these doctors saying this, you're not going to hear me complain about the data that
Okay.
you're giving me. I'm just very uncomfortable with you framing it as a consensus. Does that make sense?
No. Why don't you agree that it's not consensus? Do you now have? Give me something that counter this consensus. Now, bring me
But it's
doctors.
do you know what
Bring me
consensus
doctors.
means?
General
What
like
do you mean when you
acceptance.
say?
General
Yeah, it's a general
acceptance.
agreement.
General.
Sure.
Yes. Yes. This is general agreement. So how do you? Why do you challenge the general agreements? Psychedelics the illegality of psychedelics is because it came from the dangers that it can extrapolate.
Well,
Now,
well, hey, so just out of curiosity,
who's the doctor? Okay, who's the
okay,
doctor
hang
that
on, hang on.
tells you?
I'm trying. So if I just do a quick Google search, I have an article about why doctors are turning to psychedelics to treat depression and addiction. That means there's doctors doing it, right?
Mm.
And there's a lot of data that suggests that psilocybins are an extraordinarily safe drug as well.
Yes, show me for bipolar, and I'll concede.
Okay, hang on a minute. When we talk about something, I'm talking about in the framing in which we're speaking at that moment. And then I say, well, here's a really good point about what you just said that makes what you're saying not like it removes the stable grounding. And you go, well, actually, I'm going to move it back over to this other thing that I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking about
instead.
Reckful who got killed. I'm
Okay.
talking about Reckful who got killed, and I
Okay.
just brought you
Do you
for.
Do you understand that when we're talking about something, we move on to relevant points, and that sometimes when we're talking about those relevant points, we're just talking about those things, and you don't invalidate the things that are being said about it by jumping back to a previous thing that we were talking about. When we're talking about whether there's a consensus about psychedelics or not, I'm not saying there's a consensus about psychedelics when it involves bipolar people or not. I'm just trying to get some ground that I'm trying to make sure that you understand the way that I think about this. So that
You
way,
want to challenge consensus. You are true. You are correct.
well, I'm trying to show, yeah, I said that I can show that there's not a consensus,
The
and
doctors, yeah, the doctors that say
Dr.
psilocybin.
Adam Winstock, he's a psychiatrist and an addiction specialist and the founder of the Global Drug Survey, has said that, give me 1 minute.
Can you post it? Can I read it with
Okay,
you?
hang on.
Because I'm not opening the screen.
Are you on the, okay. Oh, you want me to send
You
it
can
to you?
share the link. Yeah, the
Okay.
link in the DMs.
Yeah,
So
I got you.
I'm gonna see if
So before I send it to you, do you agree that Dr. Adam Winstock, an addiction specialist who's the founder of the global annual global drug survey, probably has some credibility.
No problem, but I can like even substantiate your position. There are now one study about people with bipolar and how psilocybin affect them. Let's say this study came out, okay?
Sure, but I'm not talking about bipolar. I'm talking about the broad
No,
strokes that
I'll
you're
take
painting
about,
the substance
I'll
with.
talk about paper. Let's give this position. That is easier position for you. There's a study. Hey, the study with bipolar came out. Psilocybin actually benefits people with bipolar. It came out. Let's pretend that. Let's take a
Okay.
position, okay?
Okay.
When that study came out, it will further substantiate my position that Reckful got killed. Do you know why? Because that study, or like all the studies that gonna say psychedelics are helpful for depression or even bipolar, should be used by safe environment. These safe environments avoid mirrors, avoid a bad tripper, avoid tall buildings, avoid like noise around you, avoid someone distorting reality with you. All these happened with Reckful. So
Sure,
when
and
you substantiate it that it's safe, I'm gonna still say, hey, he got killed. Let's read the mushrooms are.
But I would also say he killed himself. Wait,
No,
was
he
Reckful
did not
on
kill
mushrooms when he killed himself?
I can prove to you with clips. Yes, I'm gonna
Wait.
show you.
We know this, or is it implied?
I can show
He
you
was
strong
actively
evidence.
they were active in his system. He had mushrooms active in his system when he killed
No.
himself.
No, I'll substantiate that with clips. This is a good question.
Wait, just so real quick before we go on, do we agree that like about what I had sent you, that there is not a consensus about whether mushrooms are safe or unsafe? Because I've read a lot of things that have explicitly said that mushrooms are safer than nicotine, that mushrooms are safer than marijuana, and that it's there's no real medical basis for why they are illegal.
Are you saying now? So when I said consensus, like you should, it also included the safe environment. Are you now gonna say you can take mushrooms and avoid and neglect all the safe environment?
Wait. I would say that. Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing where you say I'm nuking the argument. I'm saying that what you're saying applies to literally anything. Should I use a toaster in the worst environment possible? Absolutely not. Nobody should ever do any. Nobody should be in the absolute worst environment. If I use a toaster in the absolute worst environment, that's in my bathtub while people are throwing water on me. I'm going to die. Right?
So when I told you, when I tell you that you need a trip sitter, and this is a famous pro guideline for people with psychedelics, is it
It's
fair
a good idea
for
to have
you
one.
to come?
Yeah.
No, not a good idea. You should always have a trip sitter. You should always avoid high buildings. You should always like avoid looking at mirrors. I am talking about like what the people tell you. This is a consensus. This is
I've
something.
had a lot of people tell me
This
that
is
you should look at mirrors, though.
yeah. These are like dumb people. Like Destiny, they grabbed him by the head and made him look at the mirror probably 7 times. I can show you the clip, and he was trying to look away. The Canadian Institute for Drug for the drug I don't know what's like the full name of the institute. They tell you avoid looking at mirrors. So they have guidelines. So now, are you going to say we should neglect all the safe environment guidelines for safer tripping?
I am never suggesting that you should do anything in a less safe fashion
This is a
than you
consensus.
should. However,
This
I would also say that you have the right to choose to do so anyway.
hello.
Yeah. Look, can you hear me?
This is yes. This is the consensus that will never ever be broken. The first consensus is avoided for bipolar. The studies are still coming. The second consensus is the safe environment. If you like break these, this is like criminal, and you're gonna lead to the death of many people.
Hang on. I still don't know if there is a consensus. I'm just going to do a quick search.
This is the bulletproof consensus. Use it in a documentary. Use it anywhere. Psychedelics without safe environment. Come on now.
Actually, There is a study, this is the literature reviewed, suggests that microdosing psilocybin is a viable treatment option for bipolar depression and treatment-resistant major depression. Psilocybin acts as a serotonin antagonist, which mirrors serotonin in the brain and promotes increase in serotonin receptors. Yeah, there's a ton of information about treating bipolar disorder with microdosing psilocybin.
Not true. Not true.
Well, I'm looking at it.
There is no studies. These like all like I don't know, like sparse claims.
Well, here's a thesis on it.
Yeah, thesis. Where's the study? Where's the data?
Wait. Now you care about data and not just what experts say?
What's okay? Okay, bring me the thesis. Let's open it together. Come on.
Yeah.
And then wait. And then do you know what's my consensus is? Is the safe environment?
Okay, but hang on. Sure. All I'm trying to get at here is that you keep using the word consensus. Consensus means there's a general agreement, which means that I should not be able to find several examples of people who are accredited that disagree.
Give me one. One where you said take mushrooms and neglect.
Now, hang on. You make very strong stances that ironclad, no matter what, ifs, ands, or buts. Bipolar, mushrooms, never, ever good. I have something that says that's good. I'm not talking about that. So, which means it doesn't matter if you're in a good environment. Oh, wait. So are you saying that in a good environment, it can be a good idea for people with bipolar to take mushrooms?
We don't know.
There's a consensus? Okay.
There's no studies.
Then I would prefer, well, here's something for you. So I just think that it would be, I think that it makes it very hard to convince anybody of what you're saying when you make broad sweeping claims that get taken apart and then have to jump back to a different part. I would really appreciate, for the sake of me understanding you well and not getting caught up on things, if you could only use the part of your argument that will stand up, that I can't remove and still make the thing okay. Otherwise, it's going to really get me caught up because I need to figure out, well, okay, which part of this is okay, which part of this isn't okay. And I would say that the unsafe environment applies to literally any activity that anybody could ever engage in. So it's not special to taking mushrooms. It's not special to taking acid. If you are driving your car in the most unsafe environment, stop it. Don't do that. If you are using a toaster...
Do you need a trip sitter?
Some people do, some people don't. It depends on your level of experience. Your level of comfort. Do you need? I don't know what need means. Are you saying that if you don't have a trip sitter, then you're going to kill yourself? I don't think that's true. I don't think there's any evidence to support that.
Why are they like creating like a safe environment? Because it's gonna lead you to kill yourself. And I don't know, like we have.
There's bad things that aren't death, right?
Yeah, we are moving super away like from Reckful now.
Well, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but when I ask you about the things that you're saying,
so what does the study? You just said. What's the result? What is it saying?
Well, I started off by giving you the abstract.
What does it say? What is the claim? What's the conclusion?
Give me 1 minute. I send it over to you, and then give me 1 sec. The literature reviewed suggests that microdosing psilocybin is a viable treatment option for bipolar depression and treatment-resistant major depression. Psilocybin acts as a serotonin antagonist, which mirrors serotonin in the brain and promotes an increase in serotonin receptors.
Okay, so
that's what it is. I'm trying to just demonstrate that we do not have a consensus, that there are experts out there that would disagree with what you're saying.
Can you jump to the conclusion?
I'm sorry?
The conclusion can you jump to the conclusion in page 37? Hello?
Yeah, I'm scanning over so I don't have to read the entire page. Let's see. I'm looking for what you want me to see. That's what I'm looking for, and then I'm going to read that part because if you think when I read out loud,
psilocybin constitutes a novel treatment for bipolar.
Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay.
What does it say?
I'm reading the last part on the next page too. Yeah. So essentially, what it is saying is that it works similarly to SSRIs and SNRIs. And then in some cases, in order to achieve that, high amounts of
But
food and
can we
tryptophan
stop
also
here?
have to do it. Yeah.
It works. This is the second time, which gives me the new titanium argument. It works similar as SSRI. Are you going to take this? Okay, this is from your study.
Yeah.
Similar to SSRI.
Yeah.
We have psychotherapists.
We do give people with bipolar SSRIs.
Wait. We have medical experts looked
Yeah.
at Reckful, and tell him, do not.
Wait,
we
I
will
didn't say
never-
that
we will
Reckful should
never-
take. I'm never saying Reckful should take mushrooms. I don't know why you keep saying that. Like I'm implying that I'm trying to say that.
Okay, can we write it because this now, I think you're gonna agree with me. Can you put this on the screen? Reckful now. Reckful should never. So now from your study, we have compared it to SSRIs, and then doctors. Okay,
No,
doctors.
I'm not going to make a medical prescription on whether an individual should take something. I said that in the beginning. I won't say that. I can't say that. I'm not going to say that because
this will, but Elder, this will build my position. Your study have compared it to SSRIs, and then SSRIs by psychotherapists.
Comparable drugs do not have the same outcomes though, like that. We can't say that they'd have the same side effects. You're skipping steps.
No. They have talked about bipolar, exactly bipolar. You were talking about Prozac and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is with bipolar. It's similar. So it's similar to SSRI with bipolar, and Reckful have bipolar. So this now substantiate my position that even medical people, expert professional says Reckful should not have take mushrooms. Can I move now with my clips and arguments because we have been stalled so many times and I have satisfied.
Hang on. You said some things about this study, and I would like to at least rebut it.
Yes.
So what it says is, in the systemic literature review, the researcher found substantiated evidence that serotonin decreases depressive symptomology and increases feelings of joy, love, peace, commitment, and compassion. Found that 57.9% of the treatment-resistant depressive participants, and just to be clear, when we said depressive, sorry, I'll just keep going.
This is unnecessary.
Met the remission criteria 1 week after 25 milligram dose of psilocybin. Since psilocybin constitutes a novel treatment for bipolar 2 depression, as BPD-2 and TRD have similar failed treatment outcomes due to exhausting many treatment interventions, which would be the same as SSRIs. So it's saying it's as viable as other treatments for bipolar is.
Thank you.
Right.
Can I substantiate my position now and move
the
to the
issue?
clips the clips will make you like jaw drop.
That's
like,
fine. My issue isn't with your clips. My issue is with the broad sweeping claims that you made. All I'm saying is that I've given you a study.
What does it say?
That it is a viable novel treatment for.
No, it's not.
That the outcomes of this study suggest that it can be a novel treatment for bipolar 2 depression. As hang on, it literally does.
At the end, like better.
Hang on. Let me finish talking, and maybe the thing that you're upset about will go away.
Yes.
It says, like in many small studies like this, that there needs to be larger sample sizes, increased double-blind studies, as any responsible study would state. So when you say that there's nothing that suggests this, that there is a consensus, this thesis has citations from a ton of doctors, from the American Psychiatric Association. We have a non-consensus There are people
What
that
does
are
it?
interested in you say that with the very few amount of studies that have been done, because they are by people with bipolar are excluded from studies like this because of the fear of it. But when the studies have been done, it does show that it can be an effective treatment. And nowhere in this study does it mention anybody hurting themselves. So I just want to, my whole point here is that I think that it's very
This is not.
disingenuous to keep saying there is a consensus about this thing. If you want to say that I don't think any doctor would ever say that Reckful should take mushrooms, fine. That's fine.
No.
I don't have an issue with that. But when you say that there's like nobody with bipolar should ever take mushrooms and this is a medical consensus, I say, hold on, that's not true. And that can not be true. And it can still be true, maybe, that no doctor would ever say that Reckful should take mushrooms. That's fine. But I'm only meaning what I say. And
Who's the
sometimes
doctor
when I
that
say
says-
something, well,
Who's the doctor that says you should take mushrooms for bipolar?
I'm going to assume the person behind the study that gave it to people with bipolar.
Are you sure? Are you sure when it's so? What does it mean that have
Well-
similar failed treatment, and then at the end we
is
need
it?
like better? Who's gonna prescribe? Who's
hang
gonna
on,
prescribe mushrooms for you?
Hang on.
Who's gonna
hang on. Hang, let me.
This is
You're asking me a question. Can I answer? You're getting very upset with me. I'm not upset with you. I'm just trying to let us like meet each other here so that we can understand each other.
Am I
I'm
gonna
saying
have
that these
time to
doctors.
show clips later?
Yeah, I'm not about to kick you out of here, man. No worries.
problem.
No worries. I had a stream with Cherry tonight, but we moved that to Sunday. She had some internet issues. You and I are good. As long as we need to get go through to get to the end of this, we're golden. Don't worry about it. So
Take your time.
when the doctors who started this study decided to give it to people with bipolar, they didn't see the things that you're talking about. You could not publish this without it being redacted if you failed to report anybody harming themselves in any severe way that would be outside of what we would normally expect people to do normally with these disorders. And they also didn't report anybody dying, so it's not like a gun to the head at all for somebody with bipolar. And you made these very strong statements. And I guess not. Maybe part of it is because I have bipolar, and to hear you characterizing like these really strong claims without substantial evidence to support it, it freaks me out a little bit. And maybe that's why I'm so focused on making sure that, like, hey, we don't say this. But I also just really, really believe in when we make arguments for things, we don't need to say things that aren't true to support them. Like I said, you can say that I don't think any doctor would ever say that Reckful should take mushrooms. And barring some super crazy doctors, I think in the state that he was in, I'd say that a doctor probably wouldn't. It seems really likely that I would agree with that statement. But when you say that no doctor would ever tell somebody with bipolar that they should try mushrooms, it seems like that's not the case. That's all that I'm trying to say. So when you make these really big claims, it just freaks me out because I don't know if the other things that you're talking about might have some weird thing attached to them that makes it not true too. So I just want to make sure that you're providing me the best version of your argument so that way I can hear it. Because if what you're saying is true, that Destiny's responsible for Reckful's death, I want to know. And in order for me to know that from what you're showing me, I have to know that the other things that you're saying, that we agree on what they mean as well. Is that fair?
It's fair. Can I?
Okay.
Yes. So regarding this study, does it report any negative effects or not? Because you are just opening it, and you just said that it never made any harmful incidents, and no one harmed himself in this study. Why did you make this claim when this study, like you just found it 10 minutes ago? Are you making this claim about the study? That
Sorry.
it reported zero negative effects of.
In the conclusion of the study, they would have to, in the conclusion of the abstract, they would have to say it.
Yeah. So I'm
And
English
we
second
did read
language.
that.
What
Yeah.
does what does this part mean?
A novel treatment?
No. Psilocybin constitute a novel treatment for bipolar 2 depression, as PPD and TRD have similar failed treatment. What does it mean?
Oh, gotcha. Like the BPD2 and TRD?
And similar failed. What does it mean?
Yes.
So what does this
So
part
what
mean?
it's saying is that it constitutes a novel treatment because
that these diseases have a lot of failed attempts to be treated by conventional means, by ways that we're already trying to treat them. Like, for instance, it's really hard to control bipolar disorder symptoms with drugs. Like, we have drugs that do work for a lot of people, but there's a lot of people that they don't work for. Zoloft is a really, really good one, and it works for people that I know. It doesn't work for me.
And does psilocybin is it like an effective treatment?
It seems to have a over 50% treatment rate, according to this study. But again, I would say that I'm not going to stand here and say that it is a viable treatment based on the data that I have. But it seems like when they do, hey DJ Quad, it seems like when they have done studies that the outcomes do seem to be producing positive effects, but we have limited data. But the one thing that I would take away from this is that there is not a consensus. When we look at data that has actually been derived from a small study, not a lot of them have been done, but I'm not finding studies that says that mushrooms are absolutely full stop, no, never ever take them if you have bipolar disorder. I can find something to the contrary, and I can't find anything that says it like that.
Yes. What I lacked, what I failed to mention is that when you have bipolar and you are doing it in the most dangerous environment with the absence of the safest guidelines, it can lead to your death, just like with
But would you say that's also true for somebody who doesn't have bipolar as well? Like
yes.
we both
Yes.
agree that taking mushrooms under the
Yes.
worst circumstances can lead to your death. But we also agree that using a toaster under the worst circumstances can cause your death. Yeah, if the worst circumstances of me using a toaster would be using it in the bathtub and then submerging it. That would kill me. Well, all I'm saying is that it is, because the thing that you're using to make this bad is the worst situation possible. And I'm saying
it happened. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Whenever something happens in the worst situation possible, it's bad. That's what it means.
Okay, there's a streamer who takes toasters and put them on full power, throw them in the bathtub, and he didn't die. He survived it. And then he says, this is not harmful. This is like, it will not lead to the death of anyone. And then his friend did the same thing and killed him. He's not responsible at all.
Say that again for me. What I don't think that this is analogous at all. Because like taking a bath with a toaster is literally trying to commit suicide. That would be the worst circumstances.
Yes. With the psychedelics, it's literally committing suicide. As I showed you from the chapter 2 of Dr. John C. Lilly book, that's exactly like committing suicide, as like the self-destruction.
He didn't even say that though.
The self-destruction programming will take over.
You're making leaps though. He's saying that you can be self-destructive if you take psychedelics when you have psychological problems. That does not mean you will kill yourself if you take them. What it means is self-destructive does not. Yeah, sure.
If you have self-destructive and then you take psychedelics, it's gonna lead to that programming taking over and you kill yourself.
That's not what that means. That's not what that means. You're making jumps. What it means is that if you have what we're calling programming, is if you have a history and you have a pattern of doing things that are bad for you to do, you are very likely to engage in things that are bad for you to do, which can mean you might kill yourself, but it also means that you might cut yourself. Maybe you will continuously think about a traumatic event that happened to you that might leave you worse off when the trip is over. This has a broad range of interpretations that I think if we're being good faith, we have to concede this man did not mean that you would kill yourself if you use them. And also, if that is what he means, then all the people who do have that and have done that disqualifies what he's saying. Because if he's saying full stop 100% of the time this will happen, I'm living proof that that's not the case.
No problem. But this doctor explains exactly what happened with you. So he's saying, quote, one must be aware that if one has programs that are self-destructive, this means like suicide. Self-destructive is suicide. One must be extremely careful.
Sure.
Yes. No, it means that. It actually means that. Because what
Why didn't you say
he
that?
explains in chapter 2, what he explains in chapter 2, how he took a syringe and then he just like filled it with air and then injected into his blood. That the air created a bubble and then went into his heart and he fell into coma. This, he explains later, this is what happened. This is like what is the self-destructive programming that took over. After he woke up from the coma, he started like writing about it and describing about it. It is about suicide.
Yeah, but that's one
It
person.
is-
That's one person's experience.
But this is a doctor. This
yeah,
is
but
a
he was
doctor.
on drugs.
That is what the drug caused you to do.
That's what a drug can cause you to do. Do you know what else can make you kill yourself? Having an argument with your wife. If there was a
Oh.
guy who was a relationship expert and he got into an argument with his wife and he tried to kill himself,
Oh.
I don't think that him saying that you should never argue with your wife
Yes.
because you will kill yourself is a valid reason to believe that. Yeah, I know that sometimes, but you know what, too? I can also probably show you other examples of people that have had arguments with their wives and killed themselves, right?
I'm talking about psychedelics and drugs. So cocaine. Wait, cocaine. I love it. Like the way that you nuke the position. Like no one can tell you that cocaine is harmful. No one can tell
It's
you
not
that heroin
inherently
is harmful.
harmful.
Yes, cocaine is not harmful. Yes, heroin
No,
is
it's
not
not.
harmful.
That's not what
because,
it.
No,
Heroin is not inherently harmful. It is not.
Yes, heroin is not harmful.
Inherent-
if you tell me,
Wait,
if you tell me
do
that.
you know what inherently means?
Oh,
I
wait,
might be.
wait.
I might be.
Can I take time? Can I take
Yeah,
time? Because like
I
cocaine.
just
co-
want
if
to make sure
tell-
you know what I'm saying. Maybe you're
Oh,
upset about
no.
something that I'm saying and you don't know what I mean. Do you know what inherently means?
Inherently, like in itself.
Yeah, all in and of itself. Yeah, outside of like context, it still is this. Yeah, I would say that
Yes.
it's not inherently.
Heroin is not inherently harmful, right?
Correct. Which would mean
Yes,
that somebody
awesome,
could
amazing.
take heroin and have no negative outcomes from it.
Yes. And like if you're gonna tell me that heroin is harmful, I'm gonna tell you, hey, you can having an argument with your wife is harmful. Therefore, I don't know, heroin should be illegal.
Should arguing with
Uh,
my wife be illegal because the relationship
Yeah,
expert said
yes,
that?
analogous. Yes, heroin is analogous to arguing with your wife.
No.
Now, I'm gonna
What I'm
do-
saying is if you're using the criteria that an expert experienced a thing, then said this is what happened when I did it, therefore this is how it works, I want to go, okay, does this translate to every other situation? How good is this system in which you're evaluating what you're talking about work? So
Yeah.
if that system that you're evaluating, mushrooms in this instance, is very effective, I should be able to take that system and apply it to another situation using the same criteria and say and make the same claims about it afterwards, correct?
I'm gonna now move to the point that I wanted to do like 40 minutes. Do you see these articles of people jumping where it's a signature way of you killing yourself?
I don't know if it's a signature. I just know that there
No
seems
problem.
to be some number
Do you
of people
see-
doing it.
Do you see Science Direct? This is like something that's gonna explain to you what's happened with the psychedelics. With psychedelics, whether like if you're gonna say it's gonna alter your reality and you want to take an adventure, it's want to make you like want to feel, jump, like fly. Think
don't
that
know.
the world is a video game. Now you know.
It's
From-
not always like that.
now, no,
But-
yeah, okay, but this is what it's telling you. The Science Direct
Well-
article, it's exactly telling you the misadventure.
Hang on, I'm gonna
Wait,
try to read this.
Let me finish.
Will you?
Yeah, but
did you not want me to
can I
see the
talk?
data?
Can I talk? But I will explain to you and you can read it.
Okay.
If you can jump to the misadventure. It's,
Well,
it's
I'm not
medically.
only gonna look at the bad. I'm gonna look at all of it. But go ahead.
It medically translates to you what happened, why people jump. Because it gives you this sense of feel of adventure, then you're gonna jump.
Let's see.
Take your time, and if you reach the misadventure, this is what I only
Is it
focus on.
is it called Misadventure?
Yes, the adventure, the misadventure. Yes, this is what I only want from it.
Well, I really wish you wouldn't frame it like that. It makes it sound not very good.
Take your time, read every part of it.
I really hope that you understand that like you and anybody else who ever comes to me and says I want to show you something, what my job in that, when you say something that sounds outlandish to me, is to make everything that you say as like I want to force you into being good faith with me. That way I can
Yes.
really hear it. So I don't want you to think that I'm trying to argue with you or I'm trying to nuke your argument. What I'm trying to let you know is that when you say these things, these are the things that are going to occur to me and anybody else. And if what you're saying is true, you need to not say this unless you have an answer for the things that I'm saying. Because if what you're saying is true, it's going to fall on deaf ears. And if what you're saying is true, that's terrifying and everybody needs to know about it.
No
Where
problem.
is this? Where is
So-
the can you help guide me to the misadventures part? I'm just not seeing. Is it like
Control-
a title part or?
Control F, misadventure.
Let's see. I'll just control. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, I was looking for a title the whole time. Okay, I'm gonna go to the top of the paragraph here. 1960-1970 recap across various parts of the UK was a popular endeavor. Users reported vivid visual hallucinations,
Like 7
auditory
chapters.
disturbances.
It's way below now.
It's right
way
here.
below.
It's 2 lines below me. And while significant systemic toxicology appears to be rare, the main cause of fatality arises from misadventure due to psychosis. In a Swedish study looking at intoxicants, analysis of urine content of over a 4-year period covering 103 cases, psilocybin was found to be the most frequently observed psychoactive, which was found in 54% of cases. 23. I'm gonna have to look that part up. Example of this includes resisting arrest. Okay, so I just want to be clear when it's talking about this. It's talking about things that they're just classifying as not good. It's not like people like dying or anything. It's just them doing things that we don't want them to do in general.
The main cause of fatalities.
It
Like
doesn't say
jumping.
that.
Really?
Yeah. So these are two separate claims here. It says the main cause of fatality arises from misadventure due to psychosis. Okay. But
So?
then a new sentence says, in a Swedish study looking at intoxications by analysis of urine content over a 4-year period covering 103 cases, psilocybin was found to be the most frequently observed psychoactive, found in 54.3% of cases. And then it says an example of this includes resisting arrest and assault on a police officer,
What?
where the assailant was intoxicated with psilocybin after ingesting 4 milligrams of magic mushrooms and attempts to subdue the assailant with nine beanbag rounds. Multiple taser usage failed.
What?
The man subsequently was shot trying to enter a police car. So this was somebody else killing him. This person didn't kill themselves. They didn't cooperate with somebody else.
Forget the example. Forget that example. What you
Okay.
read from the fatality of having misadventure that will lead to people jumping. That's not substantiated by the article.
But isn't this only looking at people who had misadventures with it? And it's just saying that people who did.
Yes, but it causes. So it's
Okay.
a causer of a misadventure.
I don't know if you're only looking at people who take mushrooms. And you're saying that this happened with only these people that take mushrooms, that some number of them did that.
Another
Hang on. It might be the case that people who have a really hard time and have misadventures on their own also sometimes take mushrooms
No,
because they want alleviation.
No, but the misadventure, because you feel like you want to fly, you want to jump over.
Correct.
You feel like your reality was altered. Why your reality
agree.
was altered? Because this is one of the main factors of psychedelics. I hope like now
What I'm
we will
saying
not
is that-
go back to the wife argument.
When I read this, it seems like you're
Oh.
drawing a conclusion that this isn't stating.
Stating?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that this is talking about specifically people that take mushrooms. They evaluated them in over 4-year period, covering 103 people that sometimes take mushrooms, that when they die, that it's caused by a misadventure. This doesn't say that they're
What
on
creates
mushrooms.
the
Hang on.
Oh no.
It's not. These are all people that already take it, which means some of these people are going to die no matter what, right?
No, what create this misadventure? Why do they want to take an adventure
we
and
can't
jump off the building?
Hang on. What is contained within this does not say that people that take that the mushrooms are responsible for their actions.
What?
Let me see. Let me hang on. Maybe give me a couple more minutes to read this so that I can get a better understanding. Analysis of post-mortem urine sample. That's a lot. Case demonstrates that psychotic, bizarre, and seemingly purposeful behavior these materials can elicit. It's important however, it's important and recent review by Van Amsterdam and coworkers on psilocybin use in the Netherlands has concluded that its use is relatively safe and only a few mild adverse effects have been reported. According to Coordination Point Assessment and Monitoring New Drugs, CAM, in the Netherlands, the dependence potential of the mushrooms was low as chronic toxicity, while acute toxicity was moderate. However, the unpredictable nature of panic attacks and flashbacks associated with this material remain a point of concern. So even the study that you just showed me said that it's pretty safe.
No, it's not safe. It's
It
not
literally,
safe.
wait.
It literally said unpredictable, unpredictable negative
Hang on.
effects. It's
Hang
over
on.
now. No,
Hang
it's,
on. Hey, can
you
I?
have already dug. You have already dug a hill. Like you're gonna die on this hill.
I'm reading what you said. What you sent me. It said that Van Amsterdam and his coworkers evaluated this and have concluded that its use is relatively safe. These medical professionals, and that only a few mild adverse effects had been reported.
Can you complete?
You want me to get to however, the unpredictable nature of panic attacks and flashbacks associated with this material made a point of concern? Okay, so doctors can have... Wait.
You have the position.
No,
like,
wait.
It's now...
Stop.
I dare you to convince me.
I don't know how to convince you if you're cutting me off. So what we have is a point of concern, which they have, and after having that point of concern, they have concluded that they're relatively safe.
What about now you were like searching about the misadventure, and suddenly you jumped
this was directly below it. It was a part of it. I read the whole paragraph and the paragraph that followed. That you told me to. So when I read the first paragraph that said misadventure in it, you said no, go lower. So I read that whole paragraph.
What does misadventure mean?
Wait, hang on. You're jumping away from what I'm saying.
You had a goal to understand what misadventure, what caused misadventure. You jumped to hang on. Wait,
you're jumping. Please. I want to understand, but it's freaking me out that I'm reading something from your study and that you're jumping away from what I'm saying. I want to understand. So if you can remedy this for me, it'll make a lot more sense to me.
Take it.
I read this first paragraph here. Can you see the stream?
No, I cannot see this.
Okay, so there's two paragraphs on my screen. One of them is where misadventure popped up. I read that out loud, and you said, no, go lower. So when you tell me to read something, I have to read the context around it so I understand what I'm reading, right?
No,
because
what did you get from the context?
So in that paragraph, I found what the conclusion was.
Yes.
That there are concerns, however, despite those concerns, the doctors still concluded that the use is relatively safe.
Yeah, for bipolar people.
Wait, you sent me this. No. Stop. You already agreed that when you do that, it's not fair to the conversation.
No.
You're trying to show me something that says that there is a consensus, that this is why this is happening and all that.
Well, I never said consensus like for an hour now.
Okay, sure. You showed me this to show me that it's unsafe. You didn't show me this to show me that it's unsafe for people with bipolar, right?
No, I showed you this because I want to tell you how it leads to misadventure. I have 4 articles like here of why people jump, why it's a signature death of people jumping from.
This doesn't say that though. Nobody in here even jumped. But what this did say is that their conclusion was that it's relative.
Okay, what is the fatality of misadventure? What do they mean by that? This is what you should have been searching on.
Hang on. This isn't me searching. You sent me this. This wasn't me searching. This was your material for me.
What does misadventure mean here?
In this case, misadventure means getting shot by a cop. And somebody acting bizarre and with seeming a psychotic, bizarre, and seemingly purposeful behavior. That's what this says. Oh no, wait, sorry, that was just part of that. The the just being shot by a cop is the misadventure that it mentions.
No, it's not. So the
Unless
act, no, the act, the fact that it can create a misadventure for you, it's not like only about these examples.
okay, so
it's about that it can create a misadventure for you. And this I related to the people jumping. Why do they want to jump? They want like to fly, to take a fly. They want like to experience. Is there a video game? It's this to substantiate that it creates an adventure for you
okay, so
that
hang
can
on.
lead to your death.
Okay, so then correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying that because mushrooms cause misadventures. Can you narrow that down a little bit? Because I think that like me pissing my pants is a misadventure, right? Can you tell me what when you say misadventure? Can you clarify what that means for me?
It means how these people in the article want to jump. They want to
But
fly.
nobody in this
Do you
article
see-
jumped. They got shot by a cop.
Do you see the quotation that I sent you?
Some
The
jumping
DMs?
fatalities have been ruled death by misadventure. So some. Whereas instead of any suicidal attempt, some delusional I can fly factor was determined the psychological precipitant. A mental condition or state not to be confused with a neurological one, physiological, or neuroanatomical, like some brain thing.
So this
It's
is what
distinction.
I want to link it. This is what
Okay.
I want exactly to link it to.
Okay.
Reckfuls there. But wait, let me finish, please. This is what I. So when we substantiate that it create misadventures, even if
Mhm.
that article have examples of it, it's just examples. Now, and this quote have exactly like tell you
Where-
why people want to fly. With Reckful in his last stream, he was looking at the balcony and he was saying, "Is this a video game?
Is this
Or
from
is
this
this a
article?
No, this is from another another
Okay.
source.
Okay,
But can I finish?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
finish?
I'm just
Can I
I'm just
finish?
trying to yeah. I was just trying to understand.
No problem.
Okay.
So when you substantiate that it can create misadventures, we have in this article have these examples of people getting shot. Why create misadventures? Because it alters your reality. With Reckful's last stream, focus. Last stream. He was looking at the balcony. He jumped from the balcony. He was looking at the balcony. Is this a video game? Should we find out if we are going to go to the next level or not? Peeking at the balcony several times. He died 29 days later. How do I say that he was on a mushroom trip? First, we see the adventure and misadventure signs from him in his last stream. And then I took quotes from Destiny saying this was his Reckful took mushrooms every day, literally every day. And I create
Did Destiny tell him
this
he should take
this thing.
mushrooms every day?
No. Says
Oh.
Reckful took mushrooms every day. We know that he took mushrooms every day.
Did Destiny say that was good or bad?
I'm
confused.
No, forget that. We know that Destiny said he took mushrooms every day.
Okay,
Forget
cool.
now. Forget
Correct.
other
We know that
questions.
Destiny said that. Okay.
Okay, he took mushrooms every day, and his last streams he was having this adventure, and I just from this one I extrapolate that they can have misadventure. This is why they jump. This is like from the 4 articles why people jump, even like normal people jump, because they
Sure.
want to fly. So do you
Well,
see now? Can we move now to
sometimes
clips?
people jump because they want to kill themselves.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So-
but not. But people like don't think like, hey, this is a video game. This is should I go to the next level? Should we find out? No, he wasn't being philosophical. No, he was having a typical altered reality.
Sure. So if I'm so I'll grant you that maybe he was on mushrooms 29 days before killing himself.
Every day.
I don't know that. Just because Destiny said that, that doesn't mean it's true for one. But even if I grant you that, that doesn't mean mushrooms caused it. We don't know that.
Okay, but I'm making
we can say
I'm drawing
Sure.
that.
Sure, we can say that it seems like they might have had something to do with it if he was in fact taking them every day. Sure. Now, you can go ahead and explain to me how, because I don't think anybody should take them every day, and I don't think that he was. Was there any evidence to suggest whether he was microdosing or full on like taking large
So,
quantities? Do you know?
so okay.
This is me just
There
trying
is.
to
I
ask a
don't think
separate
there
question.
is. Yeah. Do you think that there is microdosing for people with bipolar, or it can trigger like bad trips at any level? When we substantiated earlier on at the beginning that it can make your experiences worse, the bipolar side effects even worse. So why would we mention microdosing?
Because I'm curious. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to argue with you or anything like that.
Let's argue it.
I,
Let's argue
I'm
it. I can argue this point.
But I said I'm not trying to. I don't have an interest in arguing. I have an interest in understanding. Because you said you wanted to move on, so I'm moving on, and I'm just trying to get different information from you.
Do
Because
you
I'm
trust
curious.
microdosing? Do you trust microdosing?
I don't know what you mean by trust it.
I have studied that probably like 15% of the patients with microdosing had bad trips, had negative effects. So microdosing is probably a myth that it's always safe, like a
I
myth by the psychedelics mafia.
I don't really understand. So what do you mean? So you didn't really answer my question. What do you mean when you say do I trust it?
So let's talk now about normal people with
do I think that it's the same as taking large quantities? No, absolutely
no.
not.
Do you think it will it will never trigger bad trips?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have studies that says it trigger the negative effects. It trigger bad trips for normal
Okay.
people. Now for
Okay, that's fine.
bipolar people, they get fucked.
I mean, I don't know what. Like, wait.
Reckful,
Can we just say when we say stuff like this? Can we just say they can or sometimes they do?
they do. So it's not always safe. So microdosing, it's not like there's a myth. Microdosing will never ever cause bad trips. This is
Yeah,
false.
I sure. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to express that, and I'm not trying to get you to say that. I was just asking a question out of personal curiosity. I didn't know if you had that information, if he was taking large amounts or if he was taking small amounts. Or
Okay,
like,
the amount I have one of Mr. Girl's Orbiter streamers called Will, and he says he used to take 3.5 grams every day.
Yeah, that's an eighth. That's not microdosing. That's a full on trip.
Yeah, and then
if they're good.
And then it's daily. So one of the safe guidelines for tripping is you never take it daily.
Yeah. Also, though, if you took the same amount every day, the effects that you would have would be like they would drop off significantly as you
Not
go.
the tolerance.
You'd have to
no,
take
no.
more. Yeah, absolutely. The tolerance. This is one of the most interesting things about psychedelics in general is that how rapidly you build up a tolerance to them. Like
The
people
problem
have to
with
take tolerance rings.
That's a trap. Yeah, I would think that's a trap. Like even when you take it every day.
I'm not saying that
and
they
you
have
do-
no effect, but in order to achieve the same effects, you would have to take more and more. And if anything,
what
I'm saying would if I guess what I'm saying is that if Reckful was in fact taking mushrooms every single day, I think that I would personally, I would be more likely to believe that he was taking an increased amount. Because if you're taking something every day, you're getting what you want out of it. And if you're getting what you want out of it, you're going to have to, with psychedelics, you're generally going to have to increase the amount as you go.
problem.
Which could
would
then
you like
make you increase it too much and maybe have something bad happen.
No problem. I have
So
two
I
points
just
about this. But
trying to understand.
can we watch this clip?
Sure. Do you see how sometimes when I'm asking questions, I'm trying to I'm
Yes.
on your side here?
Yeah. Thank you.
The issue is that
Let me drag her down. Okay.
you have the come down afterwards. Do you not experience that? Well, the issue is that you have the come down afterwards. Do you not experience that? Well, Reckful was doing mushrooms like every fucking day, so. The issue is that you have.
Okay. I don't think that Destiny's saying Reckful was doing mushrooms like every fucking day means that he was literally taking mushrooms every single day.
I have a
this
clip.
is common parlance.
I have a clip from another streamer called Hey It's Joe. I clipped him in 2020, but the problem is that my clip post is still in Discord, but he deleted the clip.
Okay.
It says, Hey It's Joe said, Reckful used to take it every day. We were proud of him. We used to call him the Mushy Man. The streamer
Yeah.
called Hey It's Joe.
Okay, but Hey It's Joe
I
wasn't around him
think
every day
I-
either.
Yeah, no problem. I think that we can find many times him with Dr. K says, I take it every day. I take it every day. The problem is I am only like found it
I
sufficient to
haven't seen
take.
that.
I think there are, but now I found it sufficient to have Destiny, who says he took it every day.
Well, he
Because
said he
was
took them like every
very-
fucking day, man.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
and
common
we have many
parlance wouldn't
Yes,
say
we
that
have many
says that.
sources. We have many sources take it every day. I don't know why is this challenged by you, but okay.
Well, look, I don't like it. I get very uncomfortable when people make definitive claims without definitive
So
evidence.
why Destiny made it?
Okay, so this may actually be, and I'm not trying to bring this up to discredit you or anything. In the beginning, you wanted me to know that you sometimes have trouble with English. It's your second language. When somebody says I do that like every fucking day, that does not mean that literally every single day this is something that I do. What it's generally is being expressed is that this happens with a fair bit of regularity, is what they're actually saying.
So yeah,
This is a really common phrase that is it's like a hyperbolic statement.
Yeah, when you know it's hyperbolic.
I'm telling you how it's used generally.
And you know it's hyperbolic here?
No, but I'm saying that you don't know that it isn't.
It's not hyperbolic.
Wait, how do you know?
Because I have told you, I have another source from Hey It's Joe, but the clip
How
is
does Hey
deleted.
It's Joe know?
And then they are his circle of friends. Why do you want to die on this hill? There are many clips. Okay,
I'm not
I have to
dying on a
provide them
hill.
later. I have to provide them later where he tells, hey, I take them every day. I take them every day. I can bring this streamer called It's Will, but it's going to take me like an hour to get the clip where it says, yes, he used to take them every day, 3.5 grams. Where like Reckful, look at the screen, he says, I take them every day.
Where? Look
So
at what screen?
I don't know why is this challenged now. It seems like
I'm telling, because with what you've shown me and the things that you've said don't necessarily mean that.
No, it actually means taking it every day. That's what the English language says. He takes it every day. But now it's challenged. And in this clip, I know what's the thread that you're gonna hold on. It's I know the thread what you're gonna hold on.
How often do I do it?
Exhausting.
Wait, and hang on a minute. You're like
Yeah,
actively accusing me of being bad faith here, man.
No, but it's became like super exhausting
How
when
often?
if you can look at this clip.
This is how I think about everything. And I know you're not the only person to get frustrated with me. I just have an issue when people say something it's super definitive, and then when I ask for an explanation for it, they show me something that's not very definitive. All I ask for with anybody that I talk to about anything is to have a little humility when you talk about the thing that you're talking about. It makes me really uncomfortable when people purport to know something that it is instead fair to assume, or maybe even a little bit less than that.
No.
Okay, but let's check out this clip.
How often do I do it? This still sounds crazy to you guys, but I do it every day. I do it every single day. Except that day I played Jump King, I didn't do it that day. I don't think I can play games that well if I'm on it, but then I get... I probably have some tolerance, yeah. I mean, I don't seem like I'm a crazy high motherfucker to you guys, right? It's just like, it's a pretty light effect for me. But it makes me, it makes me like to be alive.
With Dr. K,
wait.
Care about life.
I just want to finish the clip real quick.
Like to be alive. It makes me care about life. It makes me look around at trees and be like, and breathe, and just everything feels good.
No, now that clip right there, I would say, I think it's fair to assume that he took the
I wouldn't know if it meant like he didn't take a day off or whatever, or anything like that. But I think that that's pretty fair to say that he took it enough to where you could casually say he took it every day, and it means
Now-
pretty much every day. And I wouldn't
and
take anything
yes.
away from somebody making that claim in that clip.
And I would
Sure.
I would like to substantiate that with that clip. Hey, it's Joe, but it's deleted, and then with many times with Dr. K.
No, that
telling him
clip's
I
that
take it.
clip's enough. What I all
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can move on.
Yeah, but I just want to reinstate one thing that I think is so important when anybody's having a conversation with me. When I say something, I'm only meaning what I say. I didn't say that because Destiny said like every fucking day. I'm trying to say that that doesn't necessarily mean that. First of all, I'm not trying to say that Reckful didn't take mushrooms a ton, that they didn't contribute to his death, or anything like that. I still haven't even said that I don't think that mushrooms contributed to his death. I have never given a position on how much I think that it contributed to his death. I just had an issue with a lot
I'm
of
drawing
things that
them.
you've said. Yeah, that's fine. You have, and I don't mind that you're drawing those conclusions. I mind when you say certain things about the things that you're saying that just aren't as cut and dry or clear as you're making them sound. Like, so because
you
when you
asked
do
me-
that, it makes me sketchy about the rest of the things that you say, and I don't want to be sketchy. I want to give you my full attention.
You were fairly sketchy because you said, give me evidence that he took it every day, and I have substantiated that. That means I have draw some line, right?
Yeah, and like I said, it
This is his
doesn't even have
final,
to be literally every day in this case. It's to say, like, I think it's fine to say it was every day, and even if there's a few days off or whatever, it's close enough.
This is his final
By
stream.
his own admission.
Yeah, this is his final stream.
Okay, I have seen this one, but I'll still play it. I will play it, and then I will let you know what I think with seeing it again within this context.
Yeah,
I'm
take it.
kind of interested to see what his chat says while it's happening too,
Regardless
to
of
show
the
that.
situation. Maybe I should just.
Nope.
Should I get us out of here? Maybe the trick is that I need to die to get to the next part. There's another game. Should I risk it and find out? No? What if it's like Inception? We probably are living in a
Yeah, that's a really sad clip, and it
Um,
makes me
I
sad.
link it. Yeah, I link it to the misadventure hallucination and derealization of psychedelics, which is his last stream ever. But I would like to hear your point, and I respect your point, and I hope I wasn't annoyingly intense in this session.
No, you're fine. I just the only thing that I don't that I have a hard time with in this conversation is like I said a couple times, when I say something that you respond to something that you think that I mean. And that's not just a you thing. I have that problem with a lot of people. I am one of the most literal people that I know. And so that when I do use hyperbole, I try to make it super, super clear because I like to have fun with words too. But especially if it's a serious conversation, I'm picking my words very, very carefully.
Yes. So regarding this clip, I'm drawing the misadventure. Is it a crazy drawing or not?
Now, so let me ask if this is what you're asking me. Are you asking me now if I think that mushrooms were a contributing factor to Reckful's death?
No, forget that.
Oh,
I am.
okay.
I'm drawing to this clip, thinking
Okay.
it's a video game, thinking that he want to go to the next stage.
I think he's talking
This
about
is-
dying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not like him being philosophical, not him being like.
I think
Socrates
that
here.
would be like the ultra super beyond like Elder Drazi charitable take, and I think I'm pretty charitable.
Yeah. So what do you think here? What was happening? Was this like a bad trip, or him like having derealization?
I would say I don't think it would be what I would
Simulation.
consider to be a bad trip, but I think it might be derealization. I think that it
From?
might be just him having like how would I let me think for a minute.
Derealization
'Cause
from the
I-
mushrooms.
Yeah, well, give me just a minute to think because I've had similar, not so dark experiences. Yeah, maybe ego death. I just want to see how I would say it if I was in that situation. So maybe give me like 10 to 30 seconds to think about it.
Yes, yes, please.
I think that what he's having is a reality shifting event. If I were to put myself in those shoes and knowing the kinds of experiences that I have had on psychedelics, if I said something like that, and when I have said things that are similar to that, but not coming to the conclusion that I should die or anything like that, this
I'm
would be
peeking
an
at
instance where I had a something shifted my view of how I would envision like my foundational reality
caused by.
caused by the psychedelic trip. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as a bad
And
one.
during this,
A bad trip is usually something that's like scary to the individual, not a trip that produces bad results
no
afterwards.
problem, no problem. So you think that this clip, what's happening here, caused by the mushrooms, and then him peeking at the window several times and thinking, should we figure it out or not? And then we know that he died from jumping.
Yes.
Is this a
So
crazy
I don't think it's a crazy leap.
jump?
No.
Jump? Yeah. Okay.
So what I'm saying is though that even if he originally got those ideas on them, I can't say that it's directly caused by that. I know that Reckful already wanted to die before that. Before he ever tried mushrooms, he had interest in taking his own life. Do I
Uh,
think that it was smart for him to take them in place of getting
mm,
actual treatment?
mm,
No, I don't. I think that's insane. Do I think that it's a good thing that he was getting uh, a very confusing type of care? I don't.
mm,
I think there's a lot of things that contributed to this. And I think that if I was in that situation and I was self
mm,
medicating and I had somebody who was very, very qualified
mm,
to give me medical and psychological advice, and they didn't help me seek what I would think is
mm,
like what
mm,
anybody would consider proper medical treatment or advice,
mm,
being in that kind of position, I would definitely think that they are the biggest factor in they are
mm.
the biggest force that could have done something to prevent me from doing it.
Okay.
Because people, when they're on drugs that long for that period of time, do seem to have a little bit less agency than other people at best.
Yes.
However, any of my friends who are around me, I don't see them as the kind of person that has the capacity to do something like that.
Mm.
And I
So,
think that sometimes when you're in those kinds of states, when somebody starts treating you differently,
mm,
it can be the worst thing to happen if they start acting overly concerned for you and trying to persuade you to do other things. Then it can lead to somebody like pushing your friends out, and now they can't even keep an eye on you. Sometimes when people are in the throes of an addiction, which
mm,
is very odd for me to consider mushrooms an addiction, but it certainly sounded like Reckful was describing what I would call an addiction. That when your friends get overly protective of you and they try to get you to stop doing the thing you're addicted to, if you push them out, now you don't have anybody keeping an eye on you, making sure you're okay.
I have. Uh, it's what you said. It's very beautiful. Do you know Reckful considered himself addict?
No, but it makes sense.
Yeah, he considered himself addict, and he was talking to Dr. K. I have the clip here, and he was trying to take that. He was trying to take the green light from Dr. K. Please give me the green light to take mushrooms. And like Dr. K said, I cannot give you yes or no, because if he said yes or no, it's gonna become therapy. And then Reckful said, I'm like a heroin addict here. I'm like a heroin addict here.
Yeah, so it's really
So
funny
Dr. K,
if you
and
have
then
if you are a heroin addict, I don't think it's considered therapy for somebody who's a therapist say you shouldn't do heroin.
yes, but like, yeah, but Dr. K in that session cannot give him like on Twitch. He cannot like give him anything, any
Certainly seems
advices.
to be geez, that makes it seem so much worse to me, to be honest. Oh
No,
my
no,
God. Yeah, yeah,
it's
because
become
so like
it's become a therapy session.
Wait. I would say that there's other things that automatically qualify something as a therapy. So if Dr. K says, I can't say a certain thing right now, otherwise it's therapy.
Yes,
Then
that's what Mr.
wait,
Girl wants to hold him
wait.
on.
Sure. So if he says, I can't tell you whether you should or shouldn't take mushrooms because then it's therapy. However, so basically he's saying, I can't give you a recommended treatment for anything.
Yes, he just said that.
Okay,
Exactly.
so then why would it be okay for him to say that there is a treatment for what I think that you have, or that I think that you might have,
What is
and that's to love you for 2
meditation?
years? No. Wait.
Meditation?
But a treatment doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Medical doesn't always mean medicine. Physical therapy is still a medical treatment. There's no medicine given in physical therapy, right?
Mm.
So we have to agree that medical treatment doesn't always mean medicine, right?
Uh,
Okay.
uh,
So when Dr. K described it as a treatment, he said that
like what?
there seems to be well, I guess maybe you're not familiar with it. Are you familiar with the part where he says that I'm going to love you for 2 years after describing that is
You
in
have
fact a
been
treatment?
you have
Yes,
been
sir.
roboting. You have been roboting. I don't know.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Your voice. Your voice.
Oh,
I'll
roboting.
try
I'm
to
sorry.
change. Yes, I'll try to change.
Is
Hello?
hello? Oh,
Yes.
yeah, you're connected a lot better now too.
Yes. I changed the server. Yeah, region. Okay.
Okay, so we do in fact agree that medical treatment does not have to involve medicine, correct?
Medical treatment. Okay. Yes. Okay. No problem.
Okay, cool. So, and if a doctor calls something a treatment,
Mm.
then either the doctor's lying, which would be bad, or at the very least that it's a treatment, right? We're usually just going to err on the side if a doctor calls something a treatment, it's a treatment, right?
But it can be like a friend giving you advice, or like a friend, like
Well,
t-
how come a
telling
friend
you
can't tell
about
you to
the
not take
substance.
mushrooms?
Hmm?
Then how come a friend can't? So if a friend can give you treatment advice about a disease that they say that you have when they are an expert in the field, and that's not crossing a line, but telling a friend that you shouldn't do drugs, that you're telling me you're addicted
You
to,
should.
shouldn't. That you should not continue taking drugs that you're telling me you're addicted to somehow is. When one instance,
No.
they're actually using the word treatment for, they're talking about a treatment for a disease. By their own admission, that's what they're talking about. That's treatment. Or that's not
an
treatment.
easily yes. But what's the treatment exactly? You wanted to say the treatment that Dr.
Yeah,
K.
he said that
said.
I'm going to love you for 2 years. He said that
Love you.
there's,
Mm.
yeah, for 2 years.
Mm.
And then when he came back, he told him that he should not have said that. Correct?
I don't know. I don't know. But I'm
Oh.
taking your word for it.
Okay, so after he came back, he said, "Do you?" Well, he said to Reckful, "Do you want to talk about what we talked about off camera?" He said that basically that he can't love him for 2 years. He had to walk that back, and the reason he had to walk that back was because he knew that he just described a medical treatment for a disease, and then by all accounts, oh, I shouldn't have done that. By all accounts, implied that Reckful had it. And we can confirm this implication to be what he's saying by saying, I'm going to apply that treatment to you. There's no reason to apply this treatment to you if you don't have the thing that I just previously talked about is an effective treatment for it, right?
Right.
Right. And like it would be like if I said I have a burn on my arm, a doctor goes, "Oh, you know what's amazing for burns on your arm is zinc. If you give me a minute, I'll go get you some zinc and I'm going to put it on your arm." And like we would say, okay, that's a medical treatment. That was a medical diagnosis by a doctor. And if he comes back and says, well, actually, I'm not your doctor. I'm not going to give you the zinc anymore. Well, I guess that's not even a good example because he did start to give him the treatment. I think that by all rights, telling somebody you're going to love them and treating them compassionately after doing so, up until you don't, you are starting that treatment. The love has begun. So,
And this is gives culpability for Dr. K for Reckful's death.
what I'm saying is that it seems like in the most important time, if there's ever going to be a time to violate the ethics It happened at the wrong time. I think that there was very clear ethical breaches where Dr. K was demonstrably practicing therapy, and he crossed, and even to the point where he crossed lines that even if everything was up and up, and that was in a private session, and that happened, it would still be bad. It would still be unethical. But when it came to the thing that was probably the most important thing to stop what you think is a key factor in causing him to die, the mushrooms, he was like, well, I don't want to violate the ethics code on this one. That scares me a lot.
Because this is because this is an exact substance that your friend is saying that it's what's keeping me alive. It's what's saving me alive. Dr. K started the first stream by saying, I want to give you meditation because meditation can give you what psilocybin give you without the side effects. What I think with Mr. Girl, I'm going to show you next later, he was a victim. He was a victim to destiny, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's gonna get like really freakish.
Okay, I don't think there's anything you can show me unless it's Destiny like throwing mushrooms down his throat every single day that would make Destiny to blame.
Dr. K was a victim of what Destiny was saying. Dr. K.
Okay.
It gets
Lay
really
it on
ugly.
me. Lay it on
It
me. Let's
gets
see.
really ugly.
Show me the video and
Far-
tell me your reasoning. Let's do this.
No problem. But in this clip, in this same clip, this is where he was saying, I'm an addict. He was pushing it.
I'm reaching out
Because
for other
you
opinions
still
because
have-
addicts.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna pull it up on the streamable.
I'm reaching out
because
for other.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking over it. It was just part of the video. Okay, hang on a second. Okay. I'll make this as big as I can. Okay, that does literally nothing. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can just do that and it'll pop over. Okay.
Other opinions because
have-
addicts do the same thing I'm doing. An actual heroin addict would do what I'm doing and decide for himself that it's what he wants to do.
Exactly. So
I
there's
need
a
your
part-
opinion. I'm reaching out
Because
for other
you
opinions
still
because
have-
addicts do the same thing I'm doing. An actual heroin
you-
addict would do what I'm doing and decide for himself that it's what he wants to do.
Exactly. So
I
there's
need
a
your
part-
opinion.
Okay. Do you have the follow up to that?
No, this is
I
what,
feel like this video made it alludes to a point being made.
no, to the point earlier we made, like that he thinks that he's
An addict,
addict.
yeah.
into heroin. But in this same clip where Mr.
Don't you
Girl
think
missed all the point, where Mr. Girl missed all the point, Reckful was desperate for Dr. K to take mushrooms.
Okay.
Reckful desperate for Dr. K to consume mushrooms, and like Dr. K says, no, like I don't want. And then he said, hey, wait, you are like being super desperate. What the fuck?
I guess I don't understand what you're trying to illustrate. Are you just trying to like talk to me about that this happened, or is this tie into your overall?
It happens. No, it happens that
Okay.
Reckful was desperate for Dr. K to take it.
Okay.
Maybe we can know like source for that Reckful's desperation for Dr. K to take it.
I mean, so I've met a lot
You
of
see the
addicts in
live
my
stream,
life.
Kels? Do you see?
Yeah,
but
wait. So a lot of times when somebody takes a drug, what they'll do, and they take it regularly, when they're not prescribed by a doctor, because when they're prescribed by a doctor, this doesn't have to happen. So when somebody takes a drug a lot, especially if it starts to cause some kind of problems for them, what they do is they glorify it and they make up justifications for why it's even better than why they think it is. And then when you think that, you want other people to experience what you're experiencing. It doesn't have to be out of desperation, but it can just be out of like, I need you to see how wonderful this is, you know?
would you
like
like
if
to take a clip at the live stream fail?
Oh, I didn't notice that. I thought it was the same thing. Yeah, 1 second.
No problem.
Okay.
No, this is a new clip.
Yep, I got you. Let's take a look. By the way, I'm super curious. If you don't want to answer this, you don't have to. But are you the one that's talking to Destiny and Mr. Girl tomorrow?
No.
Oh, I just
I'm
assumed.
a huge no.
I just assumed the way that it was described that it was you. That's funny.
Okay.
What did they
Now,
describe?
They said that somebody called in they said that somebody called it. I don't remember anymore, but the way that it described was really similar to how you had called it in Mr. Girl. But I thought he said he called it Destiny, so it just sounded really similar to how your call with Mr. Girl went. And so I thought that that's what was going on because it involved
What?
Mr. Girl and Destiny. I can't remember exactly. I could just remember how I felt when I heard it. Does that make sense? So I just
don't
thought
know.
it might have been you, based on your
They had-
conversation you had.
They had an apportioned panel, but I didn't know they were going to do another session. But yeah, if you see this clip,
Yeah. What's happening? Why can't I? There we go.
Okay. Now, we have to be very responsible with this conversation. But I would be so fucking interested. Now, I would never be as upfront as you are and pressure him. Dr. K doing some type of
I told no.
I know, I listened to it, yeah.
I tried to get him to do it the whole time.
I know.
It would be so good.
For people like that, I'm really curious because, like,
I want
now-
to see. I want to see it so bad.
because, like, a lot of people say
I'd pay him $1
things-
million to do it.
A lot of people will say things like, "Oh, like."
I would
meditation-
actually I want him to do it
Yeah,
so
sure.
bad, dude.
People
Because
say
then he
things
can
like-
tell me he could fix my life. Because I'll tell you what, it's so important for me to see him do it because he's the one assessing whether I'm making good, healthy decisions. Now, if he does mushrooms and then tells me that, oh, you are doing these mental push-ups that are the same kind of ones I do for meditating, I can be like, oh, I'm on a good life
Well,
path.
the thing that bothers me is I've talked to so many people that talk about how
Just the
meditating
first
is
part,
the same
by
as
the
doing
way.
psychedelics, blah, blah, but they've never
Well-
actually done it before. And I really want
where
to find
he's
somebody
telling
who
him
says
like
that.
Dr. K should be.
Yeah, but one thing you have to understand is if you show me a source for something, if it's like a minute-long clip, I gotta watch the whole minute-long clip because sometimes people say things that don't make sense until later.
No
So
problem, take your
I'm
time.
watching that whole clip. So what I heard was Reckful seemed like the thing that I was describing, where somebody over glorifies the thing that they're doing and they want other people to experience it. Well, maybe even appropriately glorifying. Who's to say? Not me. But the one thing that I really got from that. Well, hang on. I'm gonna go back and watch so that I can answer that, not guessing. But I want to say that what I got from that was how much Reckful just described Dr. K in his mind to be not just his therapist, but like his fucking life guide. Like he very clearly thinks that Dr. K is his therapist with like a winky face attached in this clip. He said he's the one who decides if I'm making healthy choices, like all that. You know what I mean? He's the one who can save me.
But from the first session, he was trying to tell him to avoid psilocybin, and he ignored him. So that's not correct.
Sure, but I'm just commenting on because I didn't even know that. That's
But who
I
initiated that?
haven't gotten through all the Dr. K like review videos that Mr. Girl put out. I'm trying to. It's hard to keep up. I'm trying to keep up with the live stream stuff too, and like just modding in general, and doing these streams is a lot for me. So I have to get through those. I usually put them on when I go to sleep. Is this part of one of them?
No problem. But now with this live stream failed post,
Oh,
it's like where Destiny being.
Did you catch my question in there at all? I
What
was
is-
just
what
curious.
is
Is this part of one of the Dr. K like reviewing? Or sorry, is this clip you just sent me part of one of the videos that Mr. Girl reviewed recently that he put out of like him going over it?
Which
'Cause I
one?
had-
The live stream fail or
Yeah, the live
heroin
stream
addict?
fail.
No, this is not. No, this is from Reddit.
Okay, yeah, this is one of the best pieces of evidence that showed that Reckful understood Dr. K to be his therapist and maybe more.
No problem. But what about?
I'm sorry, I'm just having an emotional reaction to seeing that. I'm
I
not
can-
I'm not
yeah.
I'm not trying
You
to
can
like
post
shit
it.
on your argument or anything like that. That was hard for me to watch.
No problem. You
Yeah,
can
I'll go
post it in
I'll go
Dr.
back
K
into
too, who initiated the conversation.
Sure.
Okay. Now, we have to be very responsible with this conversation. But I would be so fucking interested. Now, I would never be as upfront as you are and pressure him. Dr. K doing some type of
I told no.
I know, I listened to it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Destiny said that he'd be interested in that.
This is even like more negligence, extreme
You think it's
recklessness
you
in
think it's
front of your
negligence?
friend. In front of your friend, who I'm drawing the lines that this mushrooms, this substance, that killed him.
Wait. So you're saying that the responsibility of Destiny is so great and so high that he can't engage in a hypothetical with his friend?
Hypothetical. He was saying,
He said, I'd be
suggesting.
interested in seeing. He said, I would be
Yes,
so interested in seeing.
That's not a hypothetical. That's not what hypothetical is.
Sure,
That's
you're right. It's even less. He's just saying that this
suggesting.
is something that would be cool.
Yeah, suggesting. Hey, let's suggest it to Dr. K. Let's drag him to our dangerous circle that will kill you, Reckful. It's not like
Whoa,
Destiny
whoa,
was.
whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what he said.
I know, but like it's this is not like it's not like Destiny was not telling him to.
So why is it that you think that Destiny has the ability to understand that when he, if he encouraged Reckful to take mushrooms, that he has somehow more ability to understand that this is going to be super dangerous for Reckful than Reckful would? Like these are both
Because
people.
Reckful is a patient. Because Reckful
he's not
is
Destiny's
the
patient.
vulnerable person.
Wait a minute. He's the patient. You're not a patient when you're hanging out with your friends.
The vulnerable. He's okay. Sorry, he's the vulnerable victim of bipolar, of highly depressed person.
So should my friends not be able to engage in anything that I could like? How careful do people need to be around me? How no. Well, no, hang on. With the things that they say, how careful do my friends need to be around me when they talk about things? That's it. They just should never ever mention an illegal substance. Otherwise, if I kill myself, it's their fault.
Yeah, when you know that your friend is bipolar since like 6 years and you are his close friend and he considered you like in super friend, he wanted like to have he bought an apartment in Austin and please come live here for free. So it wasn't like just a normal friend. No, his best friend, a huge influencer friend. So he don't talk about the substance that will eventually lead to him dying. Wait, when I say, wait, elder, when I say this substance will lead to will lead to Reckful's death.
Yeah.
Is this like a future or like something that he already had some knowledge about?
Oh, the way that you're saying it implies, and I think I understand that when you're saying it, that you're not saying that Destiny is like saying the words that is going to lead to your death. But the way that you say it, I can't not say nothing. I can't just say nothing when you say that because it's going to hit the ear like you're saying that he knew that Reckful would die.
Yes. No. Yes, he knew. His friends, his viewers knew. And that's why this clip from 2018 that we started
Some
with.
people might be concerned.
This 2018 exactly told him, psychedelics will lead to Reckful's death. He said, I don't think he will do it. So first, it's not my responsibility. Then I don't think he will do it. So exactly, viewers, many viewers knew exactly.
No.
What's
they
happening.
Guessed correctly.
Do you want? Okay, no problem. Do you want to see people exactly knowing that this will kill Reckful?
No. Hang on. Knowing doesn't mean that. You cannot ever know a future event.
Can you? This is 4 months before Reckful's death. Do you see this? This is too dark.
I can see anything.
Article, this article
I live online.
is too. Yeah, this article is too dark.
Do you want me to just read it to myself? Is that what you're saying?
If you can, I can. Can I take like a 3 minutes bathroom? I want to piss. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna peek over at Mr. Griller real quick while he's doing that.
I mean, who are the people I've talked shit about? You.
That
Smarts. Destiny.
Does make me a
Wicked
little
Supreme. Brittany Simon. I think those are the main ones. Apologize if I'm forgetting anybody. I don't want to. They haven't crossed the line or come even close. Again, so like this probably just speaks to how bad I think what Dr. K is doing. Is.
Right.
But yeah, so to me, it's like really, really bad, and of like the utmost importance that I communicate to people how bad it is. Whereas, like, yeah, all the other people that I've criticized when they weren't there, I just wish I hadn't.
Okay, so it's about like the severity of like essentially like the moral break that they've done. So like if there was a streamer, whether you talk to them or not, and it came out that I'm not even going to say a name because it's somebody's going to clip this and use it against them.
I'm back.
Oh,
X stream,
Destiny. I've talked shit about
Okay, give me one
Destiny.
second.
yeah.
I regret
So what
that
if
too.
X streamer came out as like actively engaging?
While you were gone, I watched the Mr. Girl Erudite thing, just real briefly. So I kind of went through the. I wanted to wait for this article for you to be here to go through the article. That way, when I paused to break, I could ask
But
you
by the
something.
way, the Mr. Girl Erudite stream only happened because Erudite showed up on your stream. I knew it
It was
from
already
yesterday.
announced. It was already announced prior.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I
Because
know. Because when I first heard about it being announced, the only thing that happened between Erudite and I was we talked about it privately. Oh well, yeah. I guess I couldn't know because before she agreed to talking to me, she wanted to just make sure that Max was okay with it.
she triggered him insanely with her talk with you. Holy shit! Like
Why do
it's
you
gonna
think
be
that?
ugly
They
because she
seem to
was
be talking really
psychoanalyzing.
nice.
What?
They see when you walked away and I popped it on, they're communicating really well.
Uh, yeah, but everyone like is holding up. But she was psychoanalyzing him as a even like comparing him with kids and child. So Mr. Girl was seething. But back
You
to
seen
we can
him
go back to
seething?
hmm? No,
You
no.
seen him seething?
During your stream with her,
Huh?
I knew how he's gonna behave. But
Oh,
uh,
I don't. Well,
let's.
let me just say this then. On that, uh, I I watch a great deal of Mr. Grill. I'm constantly harping in the chat because I'm a mod. I've been talking to a ton of
Mhm,
people about him. I've talked to Mr. Grill more on stream than any other non-streamer has. I've talked to him
mhm,
on stream 3 times, and I will be again in the near future. And
mhm.
I don't agree with that. So, like, if either I'm just saying, like I don't think that either of us is an expert, and I disagree with what you're saying. So I just think that it might not be good for. And if I say that I don't think that I can say how he was feeling, then it's probably the case that you probably can't either, right?
Uh,
You
okay,
can say
but
I think that he would be very upset by that. I can accept that wholeheartedly.
okay, yeah, but like, do you
Okay.
know how he's around Erudite and how he is insanely unfair to her? How he call her a radioactive danger to therapy? How how she's harming his income?
I think that you and I
Uh
might have different ideas about why that happened.
yeah,
Uh,
he's insane, but like,
I don't think
uh,
he's insane.
I can substantiate that later on where I
What
discredit.
you can't substantiate that he's insane because you're not a medical professional.
No, no, no. I can substantiate what I can tell you why he's
Why you
mentally
feel,
ill.
why you
Yeah, yes, why I feel he's insane, why I feel he's mentally ill.
Oh, hey, just
Eh,
real quick too, can we not compare the terms mentally ill with insanity?
No problem. No
That
problem.
that one
But
hits a little close to home there. I mean, I
no,
have mental illnesses. I don't think I'm insane.
no problem. I did not mean that. I can talk about Mr.
I
Girl.
don't find it offensive. I think it's important to not. I think that that could be. I wouldn't want anybody to hear that and think that I agreed with it.
Yeah,
Okay, that's all.
no, no problem. No problem. I respect that.
Thank you. Go on. Oh, do you want me to read this article, right? And go and then like let
Uh,
you know when I hit things?
it's 4 months before. If you can skim it super fast.
Uh, yeah, I'm going through it pretty fast here. Yeah, so it seems like people saw signs that were alarming and that could lead to this. And I don't think it was a hard guess to make that if he did do something bad, that it might be something like that. Sure. All I'm saying is that,
Uh,
that nobody knew.
okay.
They had a decent amount of information to make a good guess.
No problem. Do you see where he was having a bad trip, freaking out,
He asked
and
if
then
I was a
his
robot.
friend, yes, and she further disturbed his reality.
Yeah, was she on mushrooms too?
Whether so, if it's yes, it's bad. Even if it's no, even worse. So worse in the two situations.
So, I mean, if she's also on mushrooms, and we're saying that, like,
Yeah.
wait, I'm saying, you're saying that because of Reckful being on mushrooms, his death wasn't his fault, it was somebody else's fault. That's been your whole premise, correct?
Yes.
And we don't have
Bill.
enough information about this person,
Yes.
but maybe she's bipolar too. Maybe she was even worse off than Reckful. Maybe she had totally fucked up shit in her head that was way
Okay.
worse than anything Reckful ever experienced. And Reckful gave
Okay.
her mushrooms and said, "You should take these; they'll make you better."
Yes.
We don't know.
So Reckful was in a circle of friends where two bipolar taking mushrooms in an unsafe environment and distorting each other reality. Okay. So
Sure.
now you know. So now you know exactly what killed him, even from
No,
your
I don't.
scenario. Like, no, I know, but like you have substantiated, like from your scenario. Okay, two friends taking
Well, let me put it this way:
two friends, bipolar.
He could have killed himself on that
Mafia.
same day without ever having taken mushrooms as well.
Yeah, I know. No
Okay.
problem. But yeah, but this was a mafia. This was a mushrooms mafia, and even your analogy that both of them taking bipolar, like, wait, do you remember the clip of 2018 where he says, "I don't think Reckful will kill himself"?
Yeah, I mean, he's allowed to be wrong.
Yes.
That
Yes,
doesn't make him
this is-
culpable.
This is the clip. If you watch this clip,
I think you
I'm gonna
sent
watch
that to
it
me
on-
already.
no.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Obviously,
watch it
Reckful killing
on your stream. This one is a good one.
well, seems like it's gonna be a sad one.
Obviously, Reckful killing himself is pretty sad. Yeah, he was a really, 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 truly mentally fucked person. I don't know how somebody would save somebody that was that deep into depression. You're saying it was a matter of time? Yeah, I mean, I think everybody around him kind of felt that way, or anybody that was paying attention to him.
Okay, so how
Yeah,
far
amazing.
apart are these? How far apart are those two clips?
Probably 2 years.
Okay, well, a lot can change in that period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so for
But
instance,
that viewer's
Yes, Will.
question was still valid, insanely valid.
I'm not saying that it wasn't valid. What I'm saying is that prior, when he said that I don't think that Reckful would do that, and then 2 years later, he says, yeah, I think everybody knew that it was really bad, and that basically that it was inevitable. A lot can change. I've had 6-month stretches in my life where everything has changed. Where I've just marveled at how different my life was 6 months from now, and the problems that I had and the way that other people perceive me would be completely different. If you wrote them down on a piece of paper, the way that people perceive me and the problems that I had, and then fast forward 6 months, and then you wrote down the problems that I have and the way that people perceive me, there's no way in hell you'd ever be able to tie those two pieces of paper back to the same person. There's no way.
So from 2018, he's fine. I don't think he's gonna kill himself. 2020,
yeah,
he's truly fucked person. We don't know how you can save someone from such case, and killing himself was just a matter of time. This is 2 years, or this seems like much than 2 years scenario.
Okay, well, I would strongly, unequivocally disagree with that. I don't think that you can put an amount of time on how rapidly somebody's mental health or even just any aspect of them can change. People can change physically an insane amount in that amount of time. Oh no, hang on. What happened? 1 second. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, my OBS disconnected. I didn't know what was going on.
No
Give me
problem.
1 second. Okay, it looks like it's back. I don't know if Will's still there. If Will's still there, were we back? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. My computer told me we dropped. I don't know why.
Yeah, and you are roboting, but like I'm trying to
Oh, am I still roboting?
listen. Yes.
Interesting.
What kind of US? What kind of part?
Oh, I see. I see the problem. Hang on.
Yes.
I was disconnected to my bad Wi-Fi and my internet connection, and sometimes that'll take precedent because
No.
that's connected to my printer. I had to print something. Okay. Did that improve?
What server should I put you? South, West, East, or Central USA?
I don't think that there should be any issues anymore. I can check one more thing. It
I'll
is
put
on my
Central.
end. No, yeah, I don't have any issues for you.
Okay. It sounds like good. No?
Okay. If you have issues with the server you're on, I would be in I'll just say I'm in Michigan if that helps. Whatever server
it
Michigan's on.
Is it East? I don't know what's.
Okay. Yeah, Eastern.
Okay.
For a second round of this convo, is he giving different arguments?
Okay.
I actually didn't see your guys' conversation yet. I have a huge backlog of your stuff that I want to see, so I will. I can't imagine this conversation being similar to another one because we talked about a lot of things that you said that like a lot of things have changed, like you found like different argument stuff within our conversation, correct? I was responding to something somebody asked about our conversation.
With Will, yeah, I went on his stream. I was super intense. I said inappropriate thing.
Oh.
But now I'm trying to be much more calmer now.
Okay. Well, Will's
yes,
here.
Will. Yeah. Hello, Will. I am sorry about being annoyingly intense on your stream. Okay. So.
Yeah, I think you've done a good job at dialing back the intensity when I addressed it.
Yes.
Yes,
this is what I'm working on because I'm doing this with everyone, and people are giving me this feedback, and I want to improve on it.
I don't think we're looping. We get stuck on some things, but I wouldn't say any more than any other person that I talk to about anything that we disagree on. I think we're moving along pretty well. All right. So you were saying before I dropped.
It was yeah. By the way, most of these new clips that I have never showed Will, so it's wrong of him to say it's looping.
No, Will said that he has no hard feelings to you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So I want to ask you one question, please. If someone who had bipolar and he took mushrooms, we have substantiated now that he's in a vulnerable position, right?
They can be.
They can be. Should he be a trip sitter?
Should he be trip sitting someone else?
Yes. So I would claim that he needs like 2 trip sitters to avoid.
I don't know if that's the case. So I don't know. Like it's really weird to ask me questions like this because it's really hard to say because it's like you're asking me to accept the premise: should he be taking mushrooms to begin with?
So what you forget the premise? No, regarding my question, someone bipolar, heavily depressed, took mushrooms. Should he be a trip sitter himself to another one, to someone else who's taking 10 grams of mushroom?
It depends on his level of experience with it and how he how we know that he reacts to it.
Okay. So if you open this clip,
because you have to understand that you're asking me within the framework that trip sitters, like that taking mushrooms is okay, and that trip sitting is a thing.
They should not.
But in your question, you're in order for me to answer your question, I'm sort of having to accept the fact that I'm kind of having to already agree that he should be taking them. Otherwise, my answer would be it doesn't matter if there's a tripsit or not. He shouldn't be taking mushrooms. And I'm not saying he shouldn't or he should. You're asking me to make a prescriptive claim about whether or not he should take
the
them.
I think the pro guidelines is that your trip sitter should not be taking mushroom, even if he was a normal person, not bipolar. If a bipolar take mushrooms, he needs trip sitters not to become a trip sitter himself. Can you open the video?
Yeah, it's open.
I will further. In this video, is it on your stream?
No, you didn't tell me where to go to yet on it.
In the description, you can see that it
Timestamps?
proudly. No. Forget timestamps.
Oh, gotcha.
In the description, second line, proudly says that Reckful took mushrooms.
Reckful and Becca took some shrooms as well. They are
All the
normal
comments,
doses.
most of the comments, 60 to 70% are all insults to Reckful. Why? Because they considered him an abuser, an awful trip sitter. All insults.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I don't really have an opinion on whether or not he should be a trip sitter. I don't have an opinion.
No, you should. Okay, no, it's easy for you to extrapolate now that he shouldn't be and he doesn't deserve these insults.
Well, I don't care what other people say though. I don't care what the chat says.
Okay,
it doesn't matter to me.
This is a dead person.
Huh?
This is a dead person. Now all the insults are the comments are coming this week, 1 month ago, 2 months ago. Fuck Reckful, like what the fuck? He is the worst trip sitter. He's not a good friend. He's an awful friend. But in reality, he's a victim. He's a victim in this setting. He shouldn't have been a trip sitter. He needed, as I'm gonna say, like 2 trip sitters around him. He abused Destiny. He abused Destiny every 5 minutes or like every 3 minutes.
Wait, I thought you said originally that Destiny abused him.
No, I never said that.
Okay, well, I said I thought.
Reckful abusing Destiny every 3 minutes in this video. One of the most disturbing things. And then all the insults are coming to Reckful, but they don't know that he's a victim in this ugly, ugly circle of friends.
What do you mean when you say victim here? A victim
He's
of
a
what?
victim. He's someone who took mushrooms. Then he needed like a trip sitter, a safe environment around him. But no, he was being had like the role of being a trip sitter to someone who took 10 grams of mushroom.
Well, it sounds like Reckful didn't follow the guidelines then.
Yeah, let's blame Reckful.
Well, I don't blame people. I don't blame other people for the choices that another person makes.
But your friend is vulnerable to this substance.
Okay.
Okay, why upload the video altogether? This video had been uploaded like for 4 years now.
Because Destiny makes video content and it was recorded.
Yes.
That would be a good reason why.
He made content. He's building his channel off of it.
Okay.
He's gaining money. He's gaining more influence on it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
What that means is that this video is criminal. He took 10 grams. He avoided.
Well, the video is
all
criminal by the fact that they did illegal activities in the video. That's the criminal element. The criminal element of the video is that they did illegal activities in the video.
Yes, with the most dangerous environment ever.
Ah, come on! There wasn't bullets flying everywhere. They weren't inside a burning building. They weren't jumping into a volcano.
What?
I don't like when we're talking about something super nuanced here. You keep trying to sneak in like this hyperbole, and I just
why?
Because of how delicate what we're talking about is, and how much nuance there is to the things that we're talking about. Like I said several times throughout this, I'm being very deliberate the whole time, and I'm being very intentional with my words. And I want, if what you're saying, if the conclusion that you've drawn is true, then I need to make sure that when you're being hyperbolic, we're stating that it's hyperbolic, and we're not making hyperbolic claims if we don't have to anyways, because you're going to hurt the argument that you're making. If Destiny is the reason why Reckful is dead, basically amounting to murder is what you've been telling me this whole time, I need you. It is my responsibility as the person who's talking to you and recording this to make sure that you're saying it in a way that is going to be cohesive to somebody hearing it. Because it's like you have information on a murder, is what you're saying. And I'm saying, okay, I'm going to help you share that. And now I have a moral obligation to make sure that when you say that we're not going to lose a single ear to you saying things that are hyperbolic, that you're not, that when you say something that doesn't quite match
Most-
up with the reality, that it's not going to be used to discredit everything else that you're saying. Does
No
that
problem.
make sense?
Okay, so you have issue with me saying this is the most dangerous environment ever.
Yeah, you can say
this a
unsafe
hyperbolic?
environment.
Is this no most dangerous environment? Is this hyperbole or not?
That might be better then.
Okay, watch.
No, I'm
Watch.
sorry. I was checking my mic. Can you repeat what you just said?
I said in that video, it had like the most dangerous environment ever. Is this a hyperbole or not? I'm doubling down.
Yeah, that's hyperbole.
Okay, watch the clip. Watch the latest clip.
Because like the most dangerous ever.
Oh, here's the mirror. Here's the mirror. No, here's the mirror.
Yeah,
Look.
bullets
Oh,
and
shit.
volcano. Yeah.
This is the part of.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, here's the mirror. Here's the mirror. No, here's the mirror. Look.
Oh shit! This is the part of. But I don't have my glasses on.
Bring that.
No, I don't want to do this. Can we?
No, bring his glasses.
But
Bring his glasses back.
do we actually stream this?
No.
Okay.
Okay, look.
Oh.
You can't see.
Okay.
No,
So the bathroom. Was
No, wait. You want to see that you're not me.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh.
Is this really dumb?
Here. Oh, here's the mirror. Here's the mirror. No, here's the mirror. Look.
Yeah, and it seems like Reckful is acting like a piece of shit in that video.
Piece of shit. Yeah, he's under the influence of the psychedelics that killed him, and he's bipolar.
Okay, well,
But
yeah.
but do you see the Canadian Institute for Substance Research? What they are saying?
Is this something that you cited earlier? I don't remember.
It's
all the
no,
names of
it's in the
things.
clip. It's in the clip above.
Oh.
In the clip. See, you're clear.
Avoid bad experiences. Steer clear of climbing up on things. Looking in. Yeah. I know that you shouldn't look in a mirror. And Reckful coerced somebody else to look in a mirror.
4 times or like 5 times?
Yeah, this to me would be Reckful doing something bad. People that have mental health issues and people that have mental health issues in a bad environment can still do bad things.
He's under mushrooms. He's taking mushrooms. Like
Correct.
it's probably not. He's not there. He doesn't deserve all the insults in the comments around him.
Okay, I don't care about the comments. The comments don't mean anything. I can't say anything about the comments because
What about the man's reputation?
I don't care. That's not relevant to anything that I'm trying to consider. Okay. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know any of these people. I don't care about what strangers say about people that I've never met.
Okay, why do you care about Dr. K and Reckful then? Fuck it. Like, we don't care about Reckful. Like, why do we care about Dr.
I
K?
said I don't care about things that strangers say about people that I haven't met. I care when somebody's abusing a position of power over somebody else and it causes harm.
Strangers. You don't care about what strangers
I don't
say
care
about
what
people they met. Mr. Girl is a stranger who never met Dr. K.
Stop. You're misunderstanding. I don't care about what strangers say. So somebody I've never met speaking words about somebody that I've never met. I don't care about that. I don't care about like why they did this
Can you
and why
repeat
they
it?
didn't do that.
Can you repeat it, please?
Okay.
Can I write it down?
Let me hang on. Let me
You don't care?
reframe this. Let me reframe this in a way
Yes.
that is going to make it a lot more clear. When
Yes.
somebody puts a comment on a YouTube video,
Mm-hmm.
it is inconsequential to me. One, I don't know why they're saying it. I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're being ironic. I don't know anything about it. And I care about things that I can understand. I can't understand it. So that's when that kind of thing is happening. I guess more importantly, it doesn't have any bearing on the things that I care about. When I watch a video, if somebody comments on a part of a video and I care about that part of the video, then
So
I
it's
can
not
care.
about strangers. It's not about strangers commenting about other strangers.
Well, if somebody in the comments was somebody I knew, I'd probably care what they had to say. And I'd be like, hey, why did you
Okay.
say that?
Okay, it's about it's now a high frequency. of the comment section
Okay.
insulting Reckful.
So
So I don't know if we don't have like respect for the
well,
dead and like for him being a victim here. He's bipolar, he's heavily depressed, and he's on mushrooms.
Okay.
Why give him the
feel
role
like
of being a trip sitter to someone who took 10 grams
Wait,
of mushroom?
you're-
And if
you're
he did a
really
bad trip,
confusing
and
me.
if he did a bad like a bad job, he's being insulted.
Okay.
Where's the fairness in this?
Hang on. I'm. It's like I'm trying to grab on to anything that you're saying, but it's not. So, hang on. Let me. Okay. So, what I'm hearing from you is that you care about the comments. However, during this entire conversation, the only person who has stopped progressing your narrative as to why Destiny is essentially Reckful's murderer is when I had to stop and say, hey, well, I don't think that what you're saying right now makes sense. Can we talk about that so that I can understand it and not get stuck on it and move on? And right now, you're talking about the chatting. And so every time you say something, I'm just going, okay, how does this play a part in Destiny killing Reckful? I'm trying to draw these lines. But when you're talking about the chat, I see no lines.
I know this is another argument for me for that video to be removed.
Okay, sure. If you want the video removed, yeah, the video can be removed. That's totally fine. Oh, okay. The video can be removed. That's totally fine. I don't mind if the video is removed. I don't have a. That's cool. I never watched the video. I'm not arguing for it to be or not be removed. How's that sound? Better? Yeah? No?
You were fine, but like I don't
No,
like
it was
all
somebody
this.
in chat asked
Yeah, I don't know. Like he's being annoying, and I wish he wasn't in chat. But yeah, it's okay.
Well, I mean, I'm glad if I'm not being able to be heard on it, then maybe the record of this conversation isn't going to be very good.
No,
I think we both have an investment in that.
I think you will go to stream and you find your voice being totally fine.
Well,
this
I
person
can
is so annoying.
Okay, well,
This
I can tell you
person
that
is
Will has been
so
very
annoying.
good to me exclusively, and I think he just has a concern for my stream quality. I don't think he has anything to do with
You're
you.
gonna check the stream. You're gonna check the stream, and you're gonna find the sound.
Okay, it's fine. Well, hey, look, I don't want to get derailed. I'm trying to understand what chat or what YouTube comments have to do with
one of the arguments
Destiny.
of that video being removed.
Yeah, okay,
what
but
I have substantiated now is how Psychedelics killed him with the articles, with everything, with medical citations.
Well, we haven't agreed on a lot of it, and we've just moved on.
With him in 2018 receiving a warning, hey, this will lead to Reckful's death. Exact warning. And him thinking, I don't think it will. Like in 2020, oh, he was mentally fucked. Oh, everyone knew it was a matter of time when he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, what you're saying right now doesn't discredit my response that you don't have to be quiet, Will. What I said in response to that is not discredited at all by anything that you showed me in that video or anything about chat. What I'm saying is that in just a couple, or not chat, the YouTube comments. What I'm saying about that is that you can't say that. Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm saying things correctly. When somebody makes a statement about somebody, and how they think about them, and how they view them, and how they feel about them, that can change in as little as a day. People find things out about people that they didn't know before that can completely restructure the identity that they view another person in. I've experienced this many times in my life. I don't know anybody who hasn't seen a different side of somebody and understood them to be a totally different person than they thought they were. It's a very jarring experience. And I think it's a universal experience. If everybody you've ever known has always maintained that same identity in your eyes, and there hasn't been some event that happened in a short span of time that changed the way you viewed them, I would consider you to be an extraordinarily lucky and an extraordinarily you would be witnessing. You would be living a life that it is extraordinarily devoid of a very common event.
I respect that. Can I make one point now?
Sure.
In the 2018 clip, it was a viewer warning Destiny that his actions will lead to Reckful's death. Destiny
Okay.
responded with, "I don't think it will. He will kill himself." Right?
Yeah.
And in 2020, he thought that Reckful was going to kill himself,
Okay.
and he was heavily depressed. I'm going to show you a clip now from 2020 where he rejects a medical advice. I'm going to watch it with you on stream.
Bipolar shouldn't take shrooms, can severely worsen their mental health. The depressive phase can be extremely rough without meds, as Reckful didn't take. Had a bipolar suicide patient at the ER today, 17-year-old. The problem with like psychiatric drugs is that like it's hard to say whether or not it's like I don't know how to like talk about like psychedelics and shit with depressed people. It seems like mushrooms genuinely did help Reckful. And LSD genuinely did help Reckful. Because LSD brought Reckful's baseline, I shouldn't say baseline, but like when he was, his drug baseline was like pretty high. Like we talked so much, because he would always ask me about like motivation and stuff. And we talked so much, like we did LSD, we did mushrooms or whatever. And his high states were like my normal states. Where like on LSD, like I think I remember I was driving him back from the airport one day and he like started crying when we were driving down the freeway. Because he just like saw the sunset and he was like, oh my God, like this is actually like so beautiful and so nice. Like I don't know why I don't appreciate this normally ever. And that was just on like, I think like 150 micrograms of LSD. It wasn't even that much. But he always had like so much interest for the world. It was when I met him, it was only when he was on like either LSD or mushroom.
What's wrong with what he said? He's not allowed to share his observations?
Yeah. But when earlier in 2000, when I showed you with 2018 and then showed you 2020 clip where he says, oh, he was going to kill himself. You said, oh, people actually change. Change their opinion. They change how they view. But when this, like probably a doctor or a nurse was telling him exactly what's happening, bipolar patient in the ER from a suicide attempt.
Okay.
He rejected completely. I don't know about that. So I don't know. It's like the soft reject for him, and then a cushion for him to start his bullshit. That
Okay.
hey, actually, it raised his baseline, and then they had conversations together about.
It
like,
might
how
still
it's
be the
like,
case that
how
Destiny
it's
doesn't think
being-
mushrooms did it. I don't know.
Oh.
Like these two things, it seems like you're saying that like like this event here must mean that he knew this, but these are two separate conversations. I don't agree. You're drawing lines.
But earlier you thought he John. So earlier
I thought he what?
Before you thought he's changed. You said, "Oh, people change in 2 years," but actually he never changed. And this is a doctor. And this is a doctor giving him what is exactly happening. Psychedelic, bipolar patient took psychedelics. He is in the ER now.
Okay,
exactly what is happening, and this is an exact warning, and he neglects it and talks about how it can be helpful for him. Exactly how Reckful died by another Destiny viewer, telling him exactly what's happening. So
there's a couple things wrong with what you just said.
No problem. He received a warning before Reckful's death. He received a description of how Reckful died after Reckful's death. He rejected them both. He did not change. Not even 2018, not even 2020.
Sure. I said that people can change, but I also said that how people view other people can change. You're focusing on the one that doesn't apply here, but the other thing that I said 100% applies here.
What?
I said that the way that people view you can change in as little as a day. But you're leaning on the fact that people can change and that you don't think that Reckful did change. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. That's not relevant to what we're talking about here, is that you said that he didn't. Sure, okay, if I want to grant you that, for the sake of this argument, I can grant you that. But that doesn't mean that the way that people view him can't. They can still, people can view you differently for any number of reasons. And sometimes it has nothing to do with you.
So this is a beautiful point, but we are not talking about how people view Reckful. We are talking about
how Destiny did.
No, we are talking about Destiny viewing the situation. In 2018, he said, "I don't think he will kill himself." From a warning.
No, it's not. It's not a warning. It's somebody saying something.
Yes, it was a warning. What if Reckful took psychedelics because of you, and then Destiny jumped to the conclusion? Are you saying that he's going to kill himself because of me? It's not my responsibility.
No, I'm not going to say
Correct. I would say it's not that. It's
That's correct because that's a quotation of the clip.
I'm saying correct that, and if I'm understanding you correctly, I'm saying correct that it's not Destiny's responsibility.
I know, but
Okay.
we know that he received the warning in 2018. In 2018, he received the warning.
I would never say that somebody guessing correctly 2 years before something happened to be a warning when all they did was just say something and happened to be right.
Why did he write the question? Why did he say in 2018, the viewer said, what if Reckful took psychedelics because of you? And then Destiny said, oh, are you saying that he's gonna kill himself? How is this not a warning or a concern? How?
Okay. I don't think that a warning would be something that's made in advance because something is known. Right?
It's a concern.
Sure. Okay, it's a concern. That's fine. Destiny can be wrong and not culpable.
Okay, he's wrong like a billion times here.
Okay, so
and
what?
Then he said, so why would he say like Reckful is not going to kill himself? In 2020, everyone knew that he was going to kill himself. They give him a death sentence by fuck them for thinking that
I've told you why I think this.
It was a desperate situation. Fuck them. But he changed everything. He said, everyone knew that he was going to kill himself. We don't know how can you save someone? He said, 2020, we don't know how you can save someone deep in that depression. When he in that same setting, he talking about psychedelics. Oh, it actually increased his baseline. It actually helped him. When the doctor is telling him, I received a psychedelic patient with bipolar in the ER, it seems that Destiny exactly know how to treat him from depression.
Okay.
At one setting, he knows exactly how to treat him from depression. At one setting, he gave him the death sentence.
Didn't say I exactly know. He said what he thought. He said what he thought. He gave his understanding of that perception or of that situation. That's it. That's all he did.
Yes.
He didn't say, I know this to be true. It is a fact of the matter.
But he's rejecting a doctor.
So what? So what? It doesn't matter. But first of all, we don't know that it's a doctor. We know they said they were a doctor.
He received a patient in the ER. Who would be that?
No, we don't know that either. We know that the person is claiming this for one. We don't know that they are what they said that they are.
Okay.
Well, I mean, right now I could comment. I could do a super chat at Mr. Girls live stream right now and say something that would lead everybody to believe, if they take my words as face value, that I'm something that I'm not. All I'm saying is that you're making so many jumps. You're jumping so far ahead, and all I want you to acknowledge is that if we go back to the very beginning, there's something that you're overlooking. In the very beginning here, there's one thing that you're overlooking. Even though I disagree with the entire premise of what you're saying here, we have to address at least, like, if you can't say that, of course I can't know this because I can't even know if the thing that spurred it is accurate. You're taking little bits of information and you're making conclusions to them that are not necessarily true.
So what I missed, can you pinpoint exactly to what I missed?
Okay, so someone said that they were a doctor and said this is what's going on. Okay, fine.
What do you think about the donation?
Hang on.
What do you think about the details? I love.
Okay, I'm trying to get there. Okay. Even if Destiny knew for a fact that they were a doctor, no one is ever under any obligation to agree with anybody about anything, and it's okay if you do disagree. It's totally okay to disagree with somebody. You don't need a reason to disagree. You can just do it, and it's not bad. In fact, I would say that it's not your choice whether or not you agree with somebody.
We are talking about the actions, but we are talking about the actions that led to Reckful's death.
Well, right now we are talking about whether or not Destiny agreed with somebody who said they are a doctor or not.
Yes. Okay. If we took
and I don't think
a hypothetical that donation came from a medical expert.
I already granted you that. I already said,
What you
even if we agree that it was a doctor, Destiny is still under zero obligation to say, I agree with you.
I know,
And
but
it's
like
totally fine if he does.
we are investigating. Okay, we are investigating the patterns that led to Reckful's death. It seems that in 2018 there was a medical concern that it will lead to Reckful's death, and
That-
it seems that in 2020 there in 2020 there was a description of what led to Reckful's death. How and then Destiny saying in one time, I don't think he will kill himself in 2020. Everyone knew that he was going to kill himself, and then we go back to the mushroom trip.
Where
We
where
go to
Reckful
him
is
to
being
the
terrible to Destiny.
yes, and him uploading it, normalizing everything that happened in that view. Do you know how he responding to that video?
Who's he?
He Destiny. He responded. There was a third warning.
Okay.
I want to show you.
Sounds like he was being super responsible about showing it if he was going to show it.
No, he wasn't. It was all laughter.
Okay.
He was
Look,
all
look, look,
laughing,
look.
and this is
Look,
this
you
is the
can't
third
keep on.
warning.
You're telling me that these things happen. Like this is the big issue. When something happens and it agrees with what your premise is, like you are willing to go so far with it to like make 1,000 assumptions to get to where you want to be. But then when something says something you don't agree with, you will work so hard to disqualify it just because you don't want it to be. Like it just feels very dishonest. And this is the thing I keep trying to discourage you from doing, because like I said, if your conclusion is correct, that Destiny is culpable for the murder of Reckful, because what you're saying amounts to murder, then you have to be painting this in a very, very good faith way. And when you're doing something like that, where you're saying like, this thing I agree with, so it's okay if I overlook a bunch of different parts of it, so as long as it fits the conclusion that I'm trying to make. But when something presses against my narrative, I get to just dismiss it, even though it has just about as much validity as any of the things that I made a bunch of jumps off of. It freaks me out that you really believe that this is what's happening, and you're willing to hurt your case so much by doing it.
No problem. What is my dismissiveness cases?
He had 3 disclaimers. You said he's normalizing it, and then he had 3 different disclaimers. By your admission, I don't know. I didn't count them. I'm trusting you on this one. He had 3 disclaimers saying you shouldn't do this, but he's also normalizing it.
Yes.
Like
yes. The disclaimers. There's a text one and there's a video one where I showed you. Do you remember where he said I have responsibility? He made a vocal and the text disclaimers, but these disclaimers hold zero weight when he's reacting to the clip with all laughter and then giving the medical advices that this was actually amazing, awesome. If I raped someone, Destiny's favorite analogy, if I raped someone, okay, and I uploaded myself raping someone, and then I said, disclaimer, do not rape people. Does this like exonerate me?
I think that laughing while giving a disclaimer is not the same as raping somebody after saying don't rape someone.
That's worse than rape. Not so. Mr. Girl
giving
says,
a disclaimer while laughing is worse than rape.
No, not giving a disclaimer while laughing. No, his reaction to the whole 3 hours is laughter and approval. Can you? So
you're
this
drawing
the last clip, and that's so in this last clip, a not safe for life warning. And you see, can you please open it?
Yeah,
and
okay.
I will go back to the disclaimers.
That's fine, but I wanna point something out here, and it's very.
Yes, do it.
I really hope that you can hear what I'm trying to say. You're saying things that are so very, very, very open to interpretation, and you're making such definitive claims about it that it calls into question other things that you're saying that could hold great importance.
Yes.
When there's something
examples.
that, but what? So
I know, but I've tried to caution you against doing this the whole time. And if you're about to hit
Okay,
me
you
with your
talked about disclaimers, and I have respond with them.
yeah,
The
but you're
disclaimers
saying
doesn't
that
hold any weight. So let's move to something else
okay.
where you felt I was disingenuously dismissed, and I
I'm
want to
I'm
tackle
not
it.
saying that you're being disingenuine. My concern is that you
Mm.
are taking your interpretation of something and not assuming that it's an interpretation when it is very reasonable to have other interpretations of something. And you're
What?
claiming that this is what happened and this is why that it happened. If you just use a bit more uncertainty in your language, everything that you're saying becomes significantly more credible.
No
Okay?
problem. But I'm responding
This is
to
this is me trying to help you because I know
what?
other people are going to hear it the same way that I am. And like I've said a bunch of times, if what you're saying is true, then it's important. It should be important enough to you that you're going to approach this in a way that people are going to hear it.
I'm
Because there
I'm
could be
probably not
nothing
gonna approach it
worse.
anymore. I'm not
Well,
gonna. This is over. I'm closing the issue now. Like it's over. Like
the
so
issue of
for
Destiny killing
someone.
Reckful?
Yes, this is it. This is like
Right. So I
the
just want. So when we talk about this last clip here, I just want you to keep that in mind because this has to be like the biggest piece of evidence that you have. And so
the
just
last clip.
please, yeah, so please,
No, why would you
ju-
say this is the biggest evidence?
well, I
Why?
would have to assume that it was because,
Why? No, no, the
oh,
whole no, the whole show. So it doesn't mean that I'm gonna leave now soon. What I'm saying is that this stream is probably the last time I'm gonna talk about it because it's insane when I'm talking to people who think that Dr. K, what Dr. K did to to Reckful is worse than rape, and they accept that and they like that and they think. Do you
well, I
think
don't
that
know.
Dr. K is culpable for Mr. Reckful's death?
Well, I'm gonna reserve my opinion on that until we're done, till you're done
No problem.
illustrating why somebody else might be.
No problem. Uh, so
So
when I go challenge these people and they don't have literally anything, just like Dr. K winked. The only thing that they have, why Dr. K linked. Dr. K in many times saved Reckful's life and extended it by telling him to
we
use
don't know that.
meditation.
We
You
don't
don't
know
know that
that.
he killed him. You don't know that he's culpable for his death. So uh,
Hey,
with
hey,
Dr. K, with Dr. K, what he did, even if it was therapy, it was the best therapy ever for someone who was never going to take therapy because a psychiatrist in real life put him in a mental institution. So a private, what Mr. Gell is suggesting, a private psychiatrist therapy that was never going to happen.
okay. I
They
also
admitted
don't
him
know that.
to yeah. Now you know it. They admitted
I
him to a
don't know
mental
it.
institution. They admitted him to a mental institution. The hero, Dr. K, who was abused by the psychedelics addiction, what Destiny was telling Reckful, go tell him to take psychedelics. Dr. K is a victim in that. And he saved his life and he extended his life. But because Mr. Girl has abusive father, Mr. Girl had a father
Wait,
had
wait. Hey, you're
a
doing the
radical.
thing that
No,
I
no,
just tried to get you not to do.
radical books have radical books. Mr. Girl have a monster that he want to respond to it. Mr. Girl have a nightmare that why did not I respond to the monster which is my father? Okay, I'm gonna manifest him into another psychiatrist and I'm gonna have revenge.
Do you see what I'm? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mr. Girl
You're
was
making
abused.
claims.
Mr. Girl was abused by a therapist, and he uploaded like 4 days ago, who sexually abused him.
A physical therapist. These are very, very,
A,
very different things.
a physical therapist who sexually abuses Mr. Girl, and he
Yeah.
talked about it for 60 minutes. At the end of
Si-
at the end of the sexual harassment, he linked it to Dr. K. Why? Because he did not respond well. He said, I didn't know how to respond, but with Dr. K, I want to respond. Mr. Girl is a mental patient who have demons, and he want to manifest these demons into Dr. K.
Okay.
and then
You're hurting your argument so much right
I'm
now.
not hurting my argument. I'm not hurting my argument.
Okay,
I'm
can I
moving-
ask you a
I'm
question?
moving- I'm moving. No, I'm moving now. I believe that I have substantiated everything with Destiny. I'm gonna discredit now Mr. Girl to you.
Hang on.
Mr.
Okay,
Girl
I have,
is a
I have a
patient.
question for you. It's important.
Yeah.
Do you think you would say that throughout this conversation, I have done my best to understand what you're saying and have been good faith? And
60%?
and I take that a step further and done my best to try to get you to present the best version of your argument.
60%.
Where do you think that? Well, then it's important for me to understand where you think that I am being bad faith, because I don't want to be bad faith to you.
It happened throughout. Like I have been talking like for probably.
Well, no. Can you give
3
me an example
hours.
of what kind of thing I'm doing? Because I would like to not do it.
It's one of the most clear ones when I told you like 2018, Destiny received a warning, and 2020, and in 2018 he said like Reckful will not kill himself. In 2020 he said, oh, everyone knew that he was going to kill himself. He said people change through a 2-year period.
But I
In that
also,
same
but
setting-
that's not
yeah, and
my
that's-
argument against it. My argument against that was the perception that people have of others can change as well.
Yes, but that
Which
was
is true.
false. Yeah,
That's
no,
true.
But this is false because in the same setting in 2020, he received from someone who claimed to be a doctor, describing what can kill Reckful, what could have been killing Reckful. Destiny rejected it and went back to his 2018 position.
I didn't
Here-
put a
Here
time
you didn't
bench.
say. Oh well, actually, wait. Destiny is actually
Wait.
not consistent.
What
He's
you're saying
jumping
isn't even
back and forth.
relevant though, because Destiny can say that he thought that the psychedelics were good for Reckful and still think that Reckful was going to end up killing himself no matter what. Those both
Yeah,
can be absolutely true.
Yes,
And
in
those are things that
2018
no, in
2018,
2020
clearly-
he can say both of those things and still have it be true.
Okay, but in 2018 he said he will not kill himself.
Okay, but we're in 2020.
He changed. He changed, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Yes, he changed too. Everyone knew that he was going to kill himself. It was a matter of time.
Okay. And also in 2020 he said that he thought the psychedelics helped him. That he can have both of those opinions.
No,
you can be helped
that's,
by something
that's
and still have it not be enough. No, it's not.
No, it's no. This is where I think that you are being disingenuous. Someone is actually like changing his views, like based on like because like a donation told him what exactly could have killed Reckful. Nah, I don't think actually it was going to kill him. No.
Well, it might be the case that he still doesn't think that that's what killed him.
What?
It could still very well be the case that Destiny doesn't think that the drugs are what killed Reckful. It could be just the case that he thinks that the mental health issues that Reckful case killed him, and he doesn't attribute any of the blame to the drugs. That's a very possible scenario.
And what does the psychedelics do to someone with mental health problems?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about what Destiny thinks.
Yes. Okay.
What
Destiny thinks. What Destiny thinks. What Destiny thinks. He received warnings before and after Reckful's death to fix his thinking.
I've given you warnings to fix the way that you're talking in this conversation so that people will hear you, and you're not hearing me, so, and you're not responding to those things.
Yes.
So if somebody, hang on. So if other people later don't believe what you're saying, and it turns out that like 20 years from now, after like in Destiny dies, and that he was actually totally guilty of this, but you didn't listen to my warning telling you that you're talking about this in a way that's not going to let people hear you, then you're culpable for him not being. I'm giving you the.
I can't follow this thing.
Why?
I can't follow it. Too complicated.
Okay.
What I'm saying.
It's the first time this has come up. That it's been too complicated.
What I'm saying is that you think you think Destiny didn't know if psychedelics was going to kill him. He is receiving billions of warnings. The last clip is like it's not safe for life.
It's not billions of warnings. He's received people's opinions about things that he did not agree with.
People opinions. Why would he not agree with when when he's not a medical expert, and they are telling him this will lead to Reckful's death. And then this is it will not lead to Reckful's death.
I've given you reasons why. Wait, you keep on saying
that he was going to kill himself. I'm done, man. Like this is
he didn't say everybody knew for years and years. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. You're filling in gaps with what you want to hear to make your story better. And I'm saying, hey, what I'm saying is, hey, what about this stuff that's in the middle of what you're saying or what you're showing me and what you're saying that you're just assuming lines up with what you said, even though we have no idea what it contains? This very difficult.
Idea. No, the viewers had idea. The Twitch streamers, viewers, the YouTube comments had idea.
No, you're not answering my question.
No. I will
yes, you're not answering my question. Every time I ask you this question, you avoid it.
No, what is the question?
When you show me a clip and then you tell me the conclusion of that clip, I point out to you, hey, you're filling in the gaps between point A and point B with things that you think, and you're saying it has to be this way, and I can give you
specifics.
Hey, let me finish saying first. Let me finish what I'm saying first, and then I will. Point A is the clip. Point B is your conclusion. You show me a clip, you tell me your conclusion, and then you say that your conclusion needs a bunch of stuff that we don't have demonstrable evidence for, and you say, well, obviously, it is clearly this, and that's not true, because if I can point out one thing that doesn't have to line up with what you just said is obvious and clear, or there's a consensus of, it falls apart. And you're saying this in a...
Go to the specifics, please. Go to the specifics. What
you
destroys
said
my
it's about your
line that a viewer told him in 2018, hey, this will lead to Reckful's death. And then in 2020, and Destiny says
you changed it this time. You changed it this time. You said a viewer instead of a hey, stop. Yes, you did. My guy, I'm trying to help you. You first you consistently until now called this viewer a doctor when we do not know that it was a doctor. That's you filling it in. You want to believe it's a doctor because it helps what you're saying. If they're not
2018, a doctor. 2018, we don't know that he's a doctor.
Okay,
2020, we know that he's a doctor.
No, we don't know. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Patient.
Guess what? I have to tell you something. This might change your whole perspective on it. No, I don't want to say it like this. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah.
I also have the ability to talk about ERs. I'm not a doctor. I can type into a chat right now and say, 2 weeks ago, when I was in the ER treating a severely ill COVID patient, they exhibited signs that they were also physically abused by somebody in their household. That doesn't make me a doctor.
True.
See how easily I just spit it?
No,
it's not.
Valid?
No, we know it's not because we just heard me say it.
No,
I said I'm not a doctor, and I'm saying it's not valid.
No, the donation. Okay.
The message was not valid at the time.
No. Would you like us to read the donation itself? Okay, let's say it was
doesn't
a fake
matter
doctor.
what the donation.
Yeah, I know it doesn't matter. It was a fake doctor or a real doctor. Does the message itself carry any valuable medical information or not? Psychedelics, bipolar, attempted suicide. Fake doctor or a real doctor? Is this a valid information or not?
It's not relevant.
It's relevant. It is relevant. Yes. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is
not.
relevant. What you think is relevant is like Dr. K winking. Dr. K, like, it's insane when you are not uncharitable here. And with Dr. K, you think
You
that
have not. You have never heard my position on Dr. K. Don't do that. That's
yes,
extremely
you are
bad
embarrassed.
faith.
You are embarrassed.
No.
I dare you to say, hey, Dr. K.
You have not given. I have not
What
given
Dr.
my.
K
I
did-
have
No, no, no.
specifically said throughout this that I am not
I
giving
know,
my
because it's
perspective on Dr.
embarrassing.
K.
No,
No,
it's
stop.
embarrassing.
Stop. You're telling me right now what I think. This is bad faith. I gave you an opportunity to ask me at one point, and you chose not to, and now you're telling me how I think. And if you have
you said you
important
will not
information to
answer.
share, no, I
said
did
you will not
not.
answer.
I said it a short while ago when you wanted to show me the last clip. I said I don't want to answer it yet because you have this, but I've opened the door for you to ask me. what I thought about it, and you chose not to. And that's fine, but right now you're trying to tell me what I think. That is definitionally bad faith.
No problem.
You
No
cannot
problem.
know what I know.
Okay, Elder Drazi, I
I
will not say
so
what you think.
desperately
I
and
will say
compassionately want you to not make bad faith arguments, because if
problem.
the things that
I
you're saying
apologize.
you believe are true, you have to present it. You have an obligation to present it in a very clear
I
and
apologize.
non-contradictory manner.
Okay, I'll tell you, but Elder Razi, I don't know what's your position.
It
Mr.
scares
Girl,
me to think that you could
okay,
think
can
this
I-
and not do your
Can I talk-
best effort to.
I'll not
You keep
talk about-
trying. Hang on. You keep trying to talk over me. You say, "Can I talk while I'm talking?" The whole time you're trying to get something in is while I'm talking. Just let me finish what I'm saying, and you can talk.
Sorry.
You scare the shit out of me when you tell me I have evidence that somebody is guilty of murder, and then you don't take the care to present that in a way that somebody can't easily dismiss or pick apart parts of it, because that means to me that it's not that big of a deal to you. You're not willing to make a sacrifice in the way that you're presenting the information and make sure that somebody who murdered somebody isn't getting put behind bars. That scares me. I don't know how you could do that unless you think that Desinty killed Reckful and it's okay. In which case that freaks me out too. I'm
Destiny,
approaching
not
what you're
Cosmo.
saying with the greatest
I
of
know-
good faith. I'm saying what you're telling me is true, and you're going to show me how it happened. But when I say, hey, look, we need to remedy this part because this part doesn't make, if it doesn't make sense to me and it's falling apart to me, it's going to fall apart to anybody else. I'm on your side. We have to stop this murderer from walking free, but you're not cooperating in a way that'll let that happen. And that's scary to me.
Can I respond?
Yes.
So with Destiny, I think he's culpable for Reckful's death more than Dr. K. It's not he killed him. I probably said he killed him.
I've asked that, and you've agreed, yeah.
Yeah, that's an exaggeration. What Destiny is culpable. His negligence, recklessness led to Reckful's death. Not killed him. Not a murderer. No.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, I lost my train of thoughts. I was going to ask. Yeah, I was going to tell you that. I don't know what's your position on on Dr. K, but Mr. Girl position is that what Dr. K did to Reckful is worse than rape. He's mentally ill. He's abused. He should be discredited. He cannot draw any lines, not even with clips, not even with all the analysis that he can make. That is stronger than the evidence that I presented here. Not even like 5% strong as the evidence that I presented with Destiny.
I have to say that I didn't see any, nothing that you showed me as evidence that would hold up. It didn't even hold up under my scrutiny. A lot of times when I brought up my issues, you jumped to something else.
What? I have satisfied all your contentions. Literally all your contentions, I have satisfied them, and I told you, give me specifics. So you talk in generality, and I told
Well,
you
I gave you the specifics throughout the
the
course of it.
disclaimers.
But when we got to a part where I was demanding, like we whittled it down, and it got to a part where I'm demanding, like, hey, you have to rectify this, you would say, all right, well, let's just move on. I have more things. That's what
No
happened in
problem.
those times.
Go back to it. Go back. to it,
I don't
because the
remember all
disclaim-
those times. That's
Because
we've been
when you talked
because-
about the disclaimers, I have satisfied them. When we talked about
Well, yeah, on the when you said the disclaimer thing, you said, okay, you're right. You agreed with me on that.
no, what? No, I said they don't hold any weight. The disclaimers are bullshit.
Oh,
The
I'm
disclaimers-
sorry. Then I misunderstood what you're saying.
That
Then I wait.
they left. He left. Like he reacted to that clip after the written disclaimer with all laughters. There is one. So there is the last clip that you did not see.
See, this is
It's
bad
an-
faith.
Why?
If somebody
I'm responding.
if somebody
I'm responding
laughs,
now. You are interrupting me. You
Okay,
are interrupting
sure,
my response.
sure, okay.
So the disclaimers doesn't carry any weight because he is uploading the video. And I told you, if I rape someone, I can rape someone, and then I can upload it raping them, and then I can put a disclaimer. That disclaimer carry zero weight. I can react to me raping that someone, and someone like write me in the comments, hey, this is wrong, this is not safe for life, and I laugh it off and I said, I don't know if it's not safe for life or not. The disclaimer is gone.
Okay,
Zero
so-
weight. I never agreed with you.
And when you're doing all the raping, do you think that you're raping somebody? Do you think that you're raping somebody, that raping somebody's wrong when you're doing all this?
Do I know that I am raping someone?
Yeah, when you're making the video and uploading it and then laughing about it, do you understand that rape is wrong and that's what you're doing in the video?
I can answer with yes or no, but like, which answer would you like? And I can satisfy both.
I want to know what your answer is.
If I don't know if raping, if I was doing as actually rape.
Yeah, in the scenario you just laid out.
Yeah, but like, what is your question? I am uploading some. I am uploading.
So in
me
your
raping,
hypothetical video,
yes, I'm raping a girl. Yes.
yep, and you acknowledge that you're raping her and that it's bad, right?
Okay.
When you're doing it, yes or no?
And that, yes, and I put a disclaimer.
Okay, then I would say that this is disanalogous. I don't think that when they're doing that, I don't think that they're saying that what we did is bad for us. I think
No
that
problem.
what they're saying is
So no,
that we ended up being okay, but
Let's
that
go
doesn't
back
mean
to
that
the
you'll be
rape.
okay.
let's go back to the rape analogy. And I said no. Okay. I raped a girl. I didn't know it was rape, and I uploaded it, and I put a disclaimer. What do you think? Is this analogous?
I don't think that there was any harm being done to anybody
No,
but
no, no, no. Let's talk
himself.
about the rape.
Okay,
about
I'm
the
sorry.
rape. Let's stick to the rape.
You said, is it analogous? So I'm addressing how analogous it is.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But I needed like first for you to say yes, this is analogous. Okay. Then people. So I don't know it's rape. Then
Well,
people in the
you
comments.
didn't answer all
then,
the questions either. So
I'm
you
answering.
knew that you were doing it, and when you didn't know that you were doing it, and you didn't know it when you were uploading it, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
Then
I
what is the
didn't know it.
okay?
Then I uploaded it.
Okay,
Then
so then
people in the comments and like me reacting to it on a live stream, and people telling me, hey, you are raping, you are raping, you are raping. I laugh it off and I say, hey, this is not rape.
okay, and you believe that, correct?
What do you mean you believe that? Like, no, this
When you
person,
say,
like,
hey, it's not. When you say, hey, it's not rape, this hypothetical
Yes.
person believes that, correct?
yeah. Okay, so now I'm a dumb fuck and I need a responsibility. Like, why did I say this is not rape? So someone else, so a prosecutor can come and say, hey, you raped. But I'm gonna say, hey, I didn't think I'm raping.
Okay, that's okay. Wait, that doesn't add to like what I'm trying to find out about your analogy here. Okay,
Yes, yes, go back there.
I'm saying so. If this helps, I think that you can do something that people probably shouldn't do, and that you can show that experience and say, hey, don't do this, right? Like, you've ever seen the Jackass movies?
Don't do this. Okay, so people are telling me do not do rape, and
Yeah.
raping can lead to that girl killing herself, right? And I'm gonna say no. That actually, it's not my responsibility.
Why did you
if she
tell me
killed
not to do
herself.
this?
What?
Why are you telling me not to do this when I asked if you ever seen the Jackass movies?
Jackass movies?
Yeah, have you ever seen them?
No.
Are you familiar?
Do you
Okay.
want-
So
want
I'm
this
I'm
satisfied?
I'm gonna
Because-
try to give you a simpler analogy here. There's
Yeah,
a
but-
series of movies and TV shows where there's a disclaimer at the beginning that says, "Do not perform any of the stunts that you are about to see." Okay, and then they do the stunts that they don't want you to do. Does that mean the disclaimer is void, and if people copy the stunts, they are culpable for doing it, or that it makes it okay? That they're making a moral statement saying that even though we said you shouldn't, since we did it, it's totally okay to do.
I don't know. So why did we move from the rape analogy? We can satisfy this, but
Because
why
I
did we
don't-
move on?
Because I don't think that there's a way to, well, because for one, you started going off into other parts that were taking away from what we were trying to talk about. So I tried to get it a little bit more centralized, just try to like encapsulate the core principles that I'm trying to address here.
I like the rape analogy much, much more than the Jackass movie. Can we stick to it?
Yeah, but I think it's disanalogous. I don't. Well,
What-
at the very least, I don't think that you have you aren't showing me that you have the ability to engage with my questions about it by without veering off into other
So
parts.
I engaged with it by saying yes, and then you said this is analogous. Then I went back to it and I said
Okay,
no,
but
and then I explained to you point by point.
okay, but my
But
problem
you
is that then you start.
suddenly jumped from rape analogies.
Yeah,
Destiny's
I got no,
favorite,
I got
Destiny's favorite analogies to Jackass movies.
I got off of
Why?
YouTube. I got off of YouTube because I think that rape is always wrong, and I don't think that I can try to get you to understand what I'm saying when you're using a rape analogy. I think that when we're talking about how valid a disclaimer is about something, I would like to get rid of other people talking about it so I can figure out what you actually think about a disclaimer.
Okay. Do you want the best analogy?
Well,
for this
I
situation?
would like to see if you agreed to something. Like if you create something throughout this conversation, you've used a lot of what I would consider to be motivated reasoning. So I'm trying to create a scenario that doesn't give any leeway to any motivated reasoning, and I can isolate just the thing that I'm concerned about so that I can understand and hear you.
Would you like
So-
because I did
so-
not see the Jackass movies? Would you like to
Yeah,
hear
I
my
can.
analogy?
Well, hang on.
Can I say it, please?
I can give you the Jackass analogy without without having to have seen them. Super quick. Is that okay?
No problem.
Well, I understand you're trying to make me understand, but I'm telling you, if you can answer my question about this, I'll just understand. Somebody makes a movie where they do a bunch of stuff that gets themselves hurt. Sometimes permanently, they're going to suffer lifelong damages from this. Those are the Jackass movies. They're comedy. But all the things really happen. And at the beginning of the movie, every episode of the show, they say, do not do this at home. And then afterwards, as time went on, do they really want to stress and say, seriously, don't do this at home? Are those disclaimers valid, even though they proceed to do horrible things? And they laugh about it when they're doing them, too. They're having a blast when they do it. And when they watch the clips over, with when any of the members go on like podcasts and they show them things, they laugh at the acts that ended up having them have lifelong injuries from. They still laugh about it when they see it. Are those disclaimers moot?
These disclaimers carry no weight.
Okay, I just don't agree.
No problem. No problem. Okay, Jackass movies released without disclaimers. What happens now?
I still don't know if they're
legal cases. Jail.
You're asking me, and I say I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know.
Why do you ask me a question that you don't want me to answer? You ask me a question, then as soon as I start talking, you start talking over me. That's very confusing. Okay.
Sorry.
To me, I don't really know how much culpability they have if they do that. I think it's a really, really good idea to have a disclaimer. I think just the fact that you're putting the disclaimer up says something. I don't think that it automatically erases everything that you've done. But
so you don't know what's the repercussions.
I don't care about the legal.
I don't know.
Because you're not telling me that you don't
care about a lot of things in this situation. I know you don't care about a lot of things.
When we start talking about legal things, you start equating to everything else. Like somehow the law is like the definitive way of determining other things if it's legal or not. So it's not a good territory to go in this conversation.
But did you see when I said that disclaimer doesn't hold any weight and you don't know if they were going to be held accountable? And you said, it's only I like this. They should put it. Zero weight, man. This is like bullshit.
I don't actually know what you're saying.
How?
You're jumping around with your words and I got lost.
I said that this disclaimer doesn't hold any weight. Imagine Jackass movies. No one gives a shit about these disclaimers. I swear to God, no one gives a shit about them.
Okay.
And you don't know what's the legal.
But the reason why somebody should do a disclaimer is because it's the responsible thing to do. Correct?
Okay. The responsible things to do. Because.
Correct?
Yes, because the responsible things. Yes. What is the utility?
To let somebody know that just because I did something doesn't mean that you should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. And that you need to understand that there are risks in what we did, and we accepted those when we did them. And
With-
if you see
with
us
rate.
do them, if you see us do them, you may not understand the risks like we, the participants in this video, have.
Mm.
So it's important for you to not just see what we did and based solely on that you understand the risks involved. I think that's the purpose of a disclaimer.
No problem. If I drunk drive and read my chat on Twitch
But
with
the problem
high
with
speeds,
this is you and I disagree on whether or not this is equivalent to drunk driving. You're
let's see.
you're begging the
Let's see.
question by calling it drunk driving. You're saying in order for me to engage with that, I have to agree with you that Destiny did something bad.
Illegal substance. 10 grams of mushroom. This
I
is
don't
not
think that
bad.
breaking the law is bad.
Okay. Yes, I know.
Okay, well, you
yes.
keep saying
Complete.
illegal.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. So let's go with drink driving. Let's explore your position further.
Okay, but I will say that I don't think that anything that you've shown me would be equivalent to drunk driving. So if you're gonna try to relate it back to any of the stuff that you mentioned, I'm gonna change what I say.
And this is equivalent. To jackass stunts.
The disclaimers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the harm is being done to the people in the video.
Yeah. Okay. With drink driving, the harm that's being done.
The potential
to the
harm that can be
people-
done is to other people that did not agree to participate, the other people on the road. Everybody in Jackass and everybody in the video that you showed me, all the participants in that video agreed to the risks ahead of time.
Good.
That's
I
the
can
difference.
I can drink drive on an empty road, and I can read my Twitch.
If you're drinking and driving on an
Twitch
empty road and nobody is around you who didn't agree to participate,
Yes.
then I don't think any harm is being done, other than any more than like a Jackass movie.
Okay. This is where you fail, to know how rules were ethical
Well,
guidelines.
are you saying rules in place of law now?
Yes, or ethical.
Okay.
These rules that come from ethical lines.
Okay.
Now you
don't-
are okay with drink. Now you are okay with drink driving, even in an empty road. You're
Yeah,
gonna
it's- I
contest-
don't care.
Yeah.
Because I think the thing that makes drinking and driving bad is that you're putting other people at risk of being harmed or killed who didn't agree to take that risk. The reason why drinking and driving is bad isn't because there's some magical property about having alcohol in your system while you're behind the wheel causes some kind of harm. The problem is that there's other people that you are forcing to engage with this behavior that can get them harmed or killed,
What about-
whereas they
No,
would
no.
not
What
want it
about
to
the
be done.
message? What about the message that you are sending by drinking and driving?
Well, you're not sending a message about drinking and driving. You're sending a message about drinking and driving under controlled circumstances where the bad thing associated with drinking and driving cannot happen.
Are you saying that so only the existence of people that can be harmed, other people that did not participate? This what should give reason for the disclaimer. If
Yes.
someone is doing,
Maybe we can make an argument for property or
if
whatever
someone
too,
doing-
but
if
it's
someone
not.
is doing, if someone doing private stunts, that can only harm the person that doing the
Yeah.
the person that doing the stunt, you should not do disclaimers, right? You don't see disclaimers of people doing private stunts.
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with somebody drinking and driving. If you're asking me if you should have a disclaimer if you're drinking and driving on an empty road, that you're doing it on an empty road and that you should never drink and drive outside of this controlled circumstance, sure, a disclaimer there would be good. So that way people know what's happening. They know that you're not involving other people. That's what would make it dangerous.
And all of Jackass are private, that will never endanger other people, right?
Correct. Yeah, they rent out the spaces and all that. So
Are you
I
sure?
didn't.
If I look
Hang on.
now, if I
Listen.
look Jackass stunts,
The
They
ones that are
all in-
dangerous?
yeah,
So
they are all in controlled environments and healthy environments, right?
where I think that the things that are dangerous happen, probably. But here's the thing: they have disclaimers, and I didn't know that we were going to get this deep in this. In the disclaimers,
Yeah.
they say that they're all being performed or monitored by trained professionals for doing their stunts. But that wasn't really relevant before we got this deep in the weeds with it.
Who's the trained professional for Destiny in that clip?
No, I'm saying that his disclaimer isn't invalidated by the fact that he laughed when he looked at it.
It's not like laughed when he looked at, but the disclaimer, there was nothing laughing with the disclaimer. The laughing about during the whole reaction to the trip itself. The laughing was to someone telling him, this is not safe for life. The last clip that I sent you. This is not safe for life. I beg you. And he's laughing.
You don't have to agree with other people. That doesn't make you culpable.
Yes. All the things. They are warning him. They are telling him this exactly will lead to Reckful's death. And he doesn't give a fuck about it.
I'm telling you the way that you're forming this argument is going to lead people away from believing that Destiny's culpable, and you believe that, and you're not heeding my warning. So that seems like you're doing the same thing that you're accusing Destiny of doing.
Can you rephrase that?
You're saying some people spoke up and said, hey, I think what you're doing is wrong, and it's going to cause a bad thing to happen, correct?
Death.
Okay, I'm telling you throughout the entire course of this conversation that I think you're doing something wrong. I think you're engaging with this topic in a way that is going to make people not hear what you're telling me is truthful and should have really big... Hang on, let me finish. I'm saying that I think you're doing something wrong by not engaging with this subject in an appropriate way where more people are going to hear you, that you are causing the harm of making sure that Destiny is not held to be culpable for the death of Reckful. And you're saying, well, no, I don't care. I don't believe you. Well, you're doing everything you can to show that you don't think that this is the
How
case.
is this analogous to someone messing with dangerous substance, with an illegal substance?
Because I think that if you think somebody's culpable in the death of somebody, you have the highest degree of responsibility to make sure that this is exposed in a way that is going to reach the most people and the highest levels of people that can do something about it. And it seems like to me that you are not engaging in that.
When the outcomes come, and what is the worst outcome that can come out of this? The worst outcome come out of this.
Do you not want an answer?
Wait. When the worst outcome gonna come out of this, I'm gonna say, oh, I actually should have listened. I am wrong. And if I uploaded a video where I disagree with you, I'm gonna remove that video. I'm not gonna make it up there, gaining millions of views, gaining.
Well, yeah, but you're not a streamer. That wouldn't be something you would do anyways.
Okay, so that's not analogous with me. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Why defeat your analogy?
No, you said I'm not going to put up a video, and I said you wouldn't put up a video anyways. That's not your job. Isn't to put up videos of your life.
But we are talking about the video that was uploaded. So I
Correct.
was making your analogy for you, and you defeated your analogy. But okay.
All I'm trying to say is that I think it's a lot easier than you think to dismiss somebody trying to warn you that you're making a huge mistake.
And you held yourself with the same accuracy to the people that warning themselves, warning Destiny of Reckful's death.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think that you're.
You are not accurate. Sorry.
Okay.
They were accurate. We know the outcome.
I would say that I am equivocally qualified because the people that you're trying to reach are people that might want to listen to you. I am a person who might want to listen to you. In fact, I'm a person who desperately wants to hear what you have to say on the subject, and it's very difficult for me to arrive to your conclusions the way that you're presenting it. And I'm trying to give you feedback in a way that would make me be able to hear it easier, therefore make other people be able to hear it easier. And you have a huge responsibility to share your truth that you're telling me is your truth. And I'm saying it's ineffective this way.
No problem. Am I doing something not safe for life by not listening to you?
Yes.
Not safe for life.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now
You are
like
you are
completely.
encouraging somebody who is culpable for the death of somebody else to get away with it when you have information that could otherwise
No, I'm
determine.
not. I'm not. I'm not.
See, you're
I'm
not.
You are
Then
not
you're not
accurate.
hearing me.
No, you're okay. So I'm not doing something not
You're
safe for
doing
life. This
exactly
is
what Destiny did.
this is not. No, no, no. This is not what not safe.
Do you
for
think
life
it's safe
mean.
for life for
This,
people?
no, this will not. This will not lead to the
People that
danger
are
of my life,
culpable.
other people. You are not as accurate as these people who were warning Destiny. This
Okay,
is.
so then what you're
You are
saying
being
is
radical. You are being radical as we speak, as we dig deep into this. It's too much.
what you are saying then is that when people who are culpable for the murder of other people do not get the truth about it revealed, even though they could have, this is not a danger for life.
What again?
When somebody who is culpable in the death of another human being are not held accountable because the person who could hold them accountable is not heeding the warnings of people saying, hey, you are presenting this in a way that is unconvincing.
Yes.
And not changing the way they do it, that means that person gets to continue doing whatever they want, including repeating the exact same thing that resulted in the other person's death. You are doing exactly what you're accusing Destiny of doing.
No, that's
because
not so. That this is not what not safe for life is.
You think that it's safe for life to have culpable
your warning
for people's death?
Heeding your warning to be factual, correct? It's not. It's missing the point. So I am okay now.
Well,
I am.
It might turn out to be a fact of the matter later on, just like we're analyzing Destiny's situation.
Doing. So, Elder, what you are doing is wrong, and you should not like tell me that I'm wrong. Otherwise, Destiny will be not held accountable. So now you are doing the same thing that Destiny is doing. Come on now. What you are doing is not safe for life.
Wait, how could it not be safe for life if somebody who's culpable for murder goes free? That it's safe for life. You just said
because
that.
you are reading because you are reading the situation wrong, and you want to make me to change my ways.
I want you to
change my ways. Yes.
If you change your
if
ways,
I change
more
my
people
ways,
will hear what you're saying.
I will not be able to convince people.
How successful do you think you're being in convincing people?
I had many people like seeing my point and starting with Dr. K is evil, then saying, "Holy shit!"
Okay,
this is
how
like
successful?
Equal. This is equal. How do you think I'm? How do you want me to be successful? With
In fact,
not being a streamer myself.
By talking to
what
people.
You need to do. What you need to do
in an effective way.
I have talked to people. I talk to people on 4-7. What you need to do is respond to my arguments to where you thought like I had jumps.
Yeah.
Calmly, even like without me in the room, and say, I have presented all the warnings. I have presenting like fans sounding the alarm bells on Reckful psilocybin abuse. I have told you, Sergio, clips of 2018, clips of 2020, all warnings. But still, you want to blame Dr. K for.
I didn't blame Dr. K. Stop doing that.
We stop. Okay, we have satisfied. You told me that you're gonna tell your position. Destiny.
I said that I haven't.
Yeah. Destiny topic is over. You told me that you're gonna do it after we finish.
Well, I didn't watch the last clip you gave me.
Watch it.
By the way.
Take it down.
He's not acting, by the way.
Wait, did we actually go live?
Listen, they weren't comfortable with going live.
I've asked this like 500 fucking times. This video seems not safe for life. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like the billionth warning that this is not safe for life, and he laughing off, and I have issue with him ignoring that, and still uploading the video for 4 years. Yes. Please have the.
You can't come up with any other reason why the video might still be standing. None.
Oh no, I have give you many. Do you want to read the comments? All the insults to Reckful. Reckful
That-
is
that doesn't-
being hired. So
What
this is
people
another
say-
reason.
Okay, respecting somebody, it's not saying bad things about somebody who died, doesn't mean that you're culpable for their death.
No. Your question was, why do you want it to be removed? Not culpable for death. This is another thing. This is another reason why this video should be removed. It's not fair for Reckful. Everyone.
I don't think
considered him-
anything can be fair or unfair to a dead person.
Hmm?
I don't think anything can be fair or unfair to a dead person. They don't exist. They used to.
Yes, you don't have the understanding of respecting the dead, like clearing out the name of the dead. You
I
absolutely don't care.
understand the idea of it.
We respect
Sure.
people during
But
their
I-
life and their death. If you have the loved one and he died, and there is a misinformation and insults that you can fix, you should do. You don't say, "Hey, they are dead" or "they are not existent."
I would be
This is an
respecting my
evil
own feelings
position.
about them, not
This is an
about
evil
the...
position. That's what you just stated. I'm disappointed.
Okay, we just have a different set of things that we value. If somebody talks about a loved one of mine that's dead, I'm not defending the dead person. I'm defending my feelings about the dead person and how I feel when I hear it.
Is Reckful a loved one for Destiny?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Is he his friend or not?
Well, not anymore. Reckful's dead.
Okay, this is gonna go way too evil now, way too dark. Please have a closing statement, and let's hear your opinion about Dr. K.
I have not been convinced in any way at all that Destiny had any role in the death of Reckful after all of this, and I genuinely thought I would see something that led me to believe that I went into this thinking very much be the case that I would find something compelling. They'd be like, okay, you definitely have something there, but unfortunately I didn't see anything.
No problem. I respect that. What's your position on Dr. K?
My position on Dr. K is pretty straightforward. I think that he violated ethical guidelines for what it means to be a psychiatrist, and I think that it is up to the ethics board to determine what happens as a result of that. But I also think that the fact of the matter is also determined by the board who reviews it as well. I don't think that I get to decide how bad it is in that context. I can only decide how I feel about it.
You are associated with the streamer Mr. Girl. This streamer, Mr. Girl, believes that what Dr. K did to Reckful is worse than rape. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I agree that Mr. Grill thinks that, yes.
No, do you agree yourself that what Dr. K did is worse than rape or not?
If I accept the premise of what Mr. Grill is saying happened, that would be worse than
rape. Do you
rape.
accept the premise? You gotta make a documentary. Do you
I'm not
accept
making
the
a
premise or
documentary.
not?
I think that I think that there was harm caused to Reckful by Dr. K. I don't know to what degree it contributed to his death.
So he's not culpable.
I don't know to what degree, but I think it's some.
Some.
And I think
is he culpable or not?
somewhere between the scale of 1 and 99%, yeah.
So he's culpable. And
Yeah.
back to the earlier question, is it worse than rape or not? Because Mr. Girl repeats this probably 8 times each
Yeah,
stream.
I'd rather be raped than killed. Well,
Yes. So what Dr. K did to Reckful is worse than rape. And you have seen
Yeah.
evidence, and you have seen evidence for that.
I have seen evidence that
Yes.
there's been mistreatment of somebody who
It's worse
needed.
Yes, it's worse than rape. It's already, we have reached that conclusion. So we
Okay,
don't
yeah.
need
So you don't need to repeat
Yes,
it
the
then.
nuances. Yeah, we already know your conclusion. Dr. K, what he did to Reckful is worse than rape. He is culpable for his death. Yes, I thank you for having me. We have talked to over 3 hours.
I think we're hitting close to that 4 hour mark. Yeah, we've talked for like
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yes.
I'm sorry that you don't think that I was good faith. I
No problem.
did every bit of effort on my part to be. It's possible that there's a blind spot for me that comes off as me being bad
Yes.
faith, but there was never a single point in which I engaged with you where I did not consider what you are saying. It just happened to be that I also have to consider what I think about it and address those things. If I didn't
Ah,
do that for you, I would be being dishonest with you, and that's not something I'm willing to do. I think
you
the
have
thing
a
that
yeah.
the one thing that Mr. Girl and I
Mm.
philosophy are identical in is that I don't lie.
You don't
Uh,
like yes.
I don't lie. I can't. I mean, I did when I was younger, and I hated
Mm.
a lot, a lot, a lot. It's been a
Yes.
very long time. I don't lie, and especially if I'm having an important conversation with somebody, I'm extremely open about what I'm thinking, and I feel that it's very important to say what I think and how I feel about it.
It's like an immunity to lying. Yes, it's good.
So
Uh,
I hope that if you rewatch this in the future, you'll see me. You'll see my face,
mm,
and you'll see me, and you'll
yes.
get a better understanding of where I was coming from. That even though I didn't agree with you, that I
Mm.
did my very best to understand what you were saying.
Yes, you have a good platform on Twitch, on YouTube, and
Thank you.
thank you for having me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You have a good night, Dr. Killpatient.
See you, sir. See you.
See ya. Bye. Oh. Really? I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, I could be wrong. It's not inherently illegal. Okay. I think it's very hard to fake your own death, like convincingly. No, it's not a lie if you're wrong. I would never hold that position. Like I said a bunch of times in that conversation, you're allowed to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Like you're not doing anything bad if you say something that's incorrect. I think it's a lot worse if you're incorrect for the wrong reasons. Yeah, okay. So when we say that it's not illegal to fake your death, I think when I hear you say fake your death, I'm thinking like on like the scale of like everybody thinks you're dead. I guess it depends on the scale in which you're faking your death. If like everybody thinks you're dead, like you just leave your I don't know, you stage the death and then you leave and go somewhere far, far away from where anybody who ever knew you is. Yeah, I think that's illegal. You're like inherently committing like a bunch of different kinds of fraud, and probably breaking other laws too. I don't think it's possible to like fake your death and like leave your life without breaking laws. Isn't that libel? Yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I don't say that tweeting would hold the same kind of water. Or yeah, let's say. Not addressing media lying. Well, okay. Are you saying that that law has been dissolved insofar as that the government can do it? Is that why you're saying it? Because the government can lie without consequence to the media by engaging in disinformation? Because even if I hold that to be true, I don't think that that pass would extend to a regular citizen. No, the media can. Yeah, but if you give that to the media and present it as truth, maybe. I'm not sure. this is kind of hard for me to interpret your words of text. That was a really interesting conversation, though. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Thamor, yeah, you're from Will's Discord, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, I know who you are. Feel free to add me on Discord, though. We can talk about stuff. That's totally fine. You seem like an interesting guy to talk about. Maybe even on stream. I'm probably gonna be an interesting guy to talk to regardless of the format which we're talking. So yeah, I gotta get going. My wife is probably. Oh, you got to settle your mind. We got stuff twisted up there. So look, I didn't ahead of time think that he was correct, but I went into the conversation with the idea in my head that it is very possible that despite the criticisms he's received, and that despite what I've seen of him, that he was going to be able to present me with evidence that would be able to change my mind. Otherwise, I'd be inherently bad faith walking into it. And I wouldn't be able to engage with him on a level that the subject demands. Even if I think he's full of shit walking into it, I have to assume that it's possible. Yeah, it was. Oh, thank you. How long were you around for this? That's fair. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun talking to him too. Nah, I hope that when he talks to people, he does change the way that he says things, because it's very hard to not get caught up on some of the things. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, we covered a lot of ground. I did actually expect him to drop some kind of bomb on me that I'd at least have to like really think about. Like, okay, wow, that's actually like really bad. I didn't consider that. Just due to the level of his conviction, it's very rare that I meet somebody with that much conviction that doesn't have something concrete. I think he feels really strongly about it, and I believe that he believes this to be the case. I just think that he's not thinking through some of the stuff clearly, at least insofar as how it's being presented. Maybe I'd be more persuaded if it was presented in a different way, which is why I was trying to convince him to present it in a different way to me. But yep, that's it. Those are still here, thanks, and it was cool to see how many people stopped by too. All right, have a good night.